Everybody, I'm Vicky Mosteirin. I'm Managing Director of Greenovate Europe. These are the premises of Greenovate Europe. So we are delighted to have so many of you here today at the final event of GoGrass. This very, very challenging project that was born within Greenovate Europe in the COVID era that we have forgotten, but it has suffered from the beginning, gathering 22 partners from 8 countries, and many of them members of Greenovate Europe, which is a network of organizations from all over Europe working on sustainable innovation. Our coordinator, ATV, is one of our members, together with RISE, ESCI, FAO, Gate to Growth, and some others. So this has proven to be a very successful project. So, and Zavala, of course, the project office. How can I forget Zavala? So I was saying this has proven to be a very, very challenging and successful project. So we couldn't be more happy. We have proven the potential of grass and grasslands in Europe. Thank you to the 4 demonstrations that have been developed in Sweden, Germany, Denmark, and that Philippe will be presenting in a bit. So I'm not going to go through the details. Still, it has also proven very challenging because logistics are so there are many challenges when it comes to logistics that we will be looking at through the day. I know you're traveling to visit the Netherlands, the Dutch demo this afternoon and tomorrow. So that's great. And that's all. Well, Greenovate Europe has been in charge of the decision support tool, the communication, and also the white paper. So we will be also presenting that. Natalie is the project manager, so she will be doing the presentation on that. So welcome, enjoy the day, let's do the best of it, and I give the floor to Javier Zavala to present the agenda of the day.
Thank you very much, Vicky, for your thank you very much, Vicky, for your welcome words, and really nice to be here at your venue, as I said before. Yes, before we start with all the technical sessions and with the participation of all our experts, let's have an overview of the agenda. Yes. Oh yeah, and also welcome for the people online that we know that has been really challenging for some people to arrive here due to some strikes in all around Europe. But well, we are happy also to have some of you here face to face, which I think is always there's lots of value. So we have divided the event in 4 main sessions. The first is a welcome and introductory session that is taking place now. Then in which, well, first we had the welcome words from Vicky, then our project officer period. We have also some words about the project, and then Philip will finish this session talking about the GoGrass project and well, main achievements that we have gotten during the last 4.5 years. Then we'll give the floor to the experts in the 3 main technical sessions. The first one will be dedicated for the GoGrass demonstrations inside, for grass valorization in so in the 4 demo sites in Sweden, Germany, Netherlands, and Denmark. Next session will be the horizontal result sessions from the project, which will be divided also in 2 subsections. First, some presentations we'll have about the 4 business models, for the different demos, as well for the value chains and the replication opportunities that has been proved during the project. And then also in parallel with the work in the demos, different tools has been generated in order to support also this replication and to foster other farmers to valorize the grass, no, in other regions. We are not able to present all of the tools that have been generated. So here we'll have a set of 4 tools that will be presented, but then during the lunch, and you will have time to discuss with other members from the GoGrass project about the other tools, not that have been generated. As you will see, we all have some GoGrass members, some badges, so it will be easier for you to find us and to know if you want to have any specific inputs about any of the tools to reach us. Then yes, we'll have the break, the lunch break, and the last technical session will be the policy one, which is also divided into a first one with which will be focused on different presentation about bioeconomy and agri-economy, the pathway of grasslands opportunity and rural revitalization. So different, not only from the project from GoGrass, but also from other sister projects, as well as other policy initiatives that are quite related with the project and that could go not just sisters but as sons from the project, from the GoGrass. And we will end the event with a panel discussion with I will not go now through all the people participating, but with a vast list of experts to discuss about revitalizing rural areas, policy, practice, and partnerships. There you will have some time for discussion among the experts, but also will give all you some time now for to ask specific questions, so we can also go through them and discuss a bit about them. And just then we will have the closing also with Vicky as our host, and we will have there some time also to have some drinks and to continue networking, chatting before having for all of us that we are going to Netherlands, which the bus will leave at 4. So I will give now just the floor to Stefan, so he can give you a bit overview about the meeting tomorrow, and then we can continue.
Thank you, Xavier. Yeah, tomorrow we will leave with the bus from the hotel where we will arrive this evening. So we first go to our new office, or our temporary office, where you will have a presentation by Gosse and Romy. Then you will go to our regular facility where the office is being renovated, so we cannot be in that office. They will have a small tour to our pilot by Kimberly and myself. Quick lunch, quick because time is limited. Then we transfer to Schip Paper, the paper making factory which is involved in the project. They exist for more than 400 years now, one of the smallest still operating, and one of the oldest in the Netherlands. Afterwards, we go back to the hotel, have dinner there. For the dinner, we were asked to have a list what you would like to eat. So you can come during the coffee break to Kimberly and me to sign up for fish, meat, vegetarian for both starter, main course, and there was one choice of dessert, I believe. Yeah. So please visit Kimberly and me during the coffee break. And for the people not joining us for the last day, they can come to me or Natalie or Gabriele, and we will transfer you to the Arnhem Central Station, as was mentioned, with the email contact with you. So yeah, basically that's the plan for tomorrow. And then Thursday we have our final meeting with the GoGrass project team.
Okay, thank you very much, Stefan. So now that I think we have completed the revision of the agenda, yes, I want to give the floor to Piret, so you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. I'm quite pleased to see so many of you here despite the difficulties and obstacles on the way today. It has been my pleasure to follow GoGrass most of its lifetime, and it's quite an exciting project. because we especially like those where there is a real collaboration between the researchers and the implementers on the ground, the innovators and the local stakeholders. And it's even more topical today than where you see that also on the Commission side, there is a lot of attention paid to reviving rural areas. And GoGrass, with its new interesting business models, grass-based business models, grass which is largely available in Europe, is very interesting for this to give new jobs, new enterprises locally. So it's that's why it's really exciting to hear also about the demos later today. I heard also there is a possibility that some work continues beyond the project lifetime. That's always excellent to hear. It means that some great collaborations has been made, and this research project has been a true testing ground, because this is also the purpose of the EU research funding. When we talk about innovation action, to test things, to allow you this feasibility with a grant, without loans, without additional financial obligations, to test what could work locally and what could be the opportunities. So I can only thank you for the great work done, for the high quality work, for the enthusiasm, even if it is always difficult because you discover new things that don't work, things take longer. And I hope that you take away a lot of useful lessons from these projects, and you're still motivated to continue and participate also in the future in Horizon projects. So I wish you a great day, and I will be very curious to learn more about the demos, also about the discussions later today, and the tools that you put into the hands of different user groups. Thank you and great day.
Thank you very much, Piret, for your words for the project. And now, so sorry.
Coffee break. Coffee break.
Okay, no. We still have some. So I think now I give the floor to our project coordinator, Philip, to present the project main achievements.
Yeah, I take the time while we are starting the presentation to welcome also warmly all participants online and the ones who actually made it here. It's really rewarding to see the great interest in this topic. We had over 100 registered participants for the event, and as I can see, a large number made it to come here with us today, of course, which is good for a fruitful discussion during the breaks. And I would like to thank also Piret for her kind words and for staying with us at least until the lunch break, I think. So good opportunity to discuss with the experts. My name is Philipp Grundmann and I'm PI of GoGrass. To start this introduction and overview presentation, in a few minutes.
Yeah, it's for the online.
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to start by revisiting basically our visions and objectives that guided the project from the beginning until today, and try to make this in a nutshell within 10 minutes. So in view of a large potential that was already highlighted of land and also biomass growing on grasslands, and the fact that its utilization is declining or has never properly taken place in many cases, we in GoGrass set out to put value on the grasses from a wide variety of grass types. And in our vision, we see that the valorization of this largely unused resource will result in technology-based businesses, as you can see on the right side, what's expected after in the medium and long term. new jobs in rural areas, increased participation of stakeholders, and stabilization of rural populations, especially young population, and not to forget also some very important co-benefits, such as ecosystem service and carbon sequestration. Specifically, we have targeted 4 product and value chains, namely the production of special paper and packaging from roadside and park grass, then the production of protein feed for monogastric animals in small and medium scale, the production of animal bedding from heat-treated and pressed reed canary grass, and the production of biochar from grass of areas with high natural value. These so-called demos or demonstration cases in GoGrass are distributed over 4 sites and countries with very different agroecological conditions, not to forget the different socio-economic and social-cultural contexts in which these demos took place. The demo implementation, which was the core part of the project, followed the circular logic shown here, starting from an existing demand for products and services, then combining this with the availability of the grasses as raw material, and then, of course, a crucial step, which was the development and bringing to maturity of the technologies for harvesting this resource and processing the grasses to be able to manufacture marketable products from this. This process is accompanied by business development, bringing them to maturity, bringing them in, integrating them in value chains, and making this altogether a successful market uptake. The innovation and demonstration process was designed in such a way that it could be followed by others. You can see besides the 4 cases here on the map, the 3 follower cases we explored in GoGrass, namely Hungary, Spain, and Romania, which will actually be also featured in the afternoon session by our partner from Arad. So altogether in GoGrass, 23 partner institutions, organizations from 8 countries came together to bring this vision, which I presented to you, to life. And I want at this point to thank, of course, all of them for their valuable and supportive contributions. This commitment of the partners and the consortium is reflected in the progress made in the readiness of the demonstration cases. The readiness is high, with a TRL of 7 to 8, especially in the demonstration cases in Denmark and Sweden. The demonstration cases in Germany and the Netherlands started the project at a lower readiness level than the other 2 cases, and then were able to increase their readiness significantly during the project's lifetime. In general, the demos have progressed to a point where the technology or the system prototype has been demonstrated either in a relevant environment or even in an operational setting. And as it was already mentioned, especially in these demonstration cases, we are seeing quite an uptake of these solutions also in the agro-industrial sector. More information on this will be given later by our demo partners on the individual presentations of the demos. I would like to say a few words on the demonstration process, which was demonstration process, which was key for making progress in several critical innovation areas, which are listed here and which are well known also from other innovation efforts. These responses shown here are the result of a participatory evaluation of the demos we did with 23 experts within the projects. And as you can see here, most experts in the project acknowledge that major progress has been made in the areas here with the white, dark green column, in the areas of multi-actor engagement, product development, business model development, and value chain development. They also acknowledge that progress in the areas of raw material production was significant. And the experts recognized also the progress made to a lesser extent in the areas of policy development and user awareness and market development, as well as replication and exploitation. More about that again during the demo presentations later on. I move on, giving you a quick overview only, because the time is limited, about the large number of exploitable results that were coming out from GoGrass, besides the demonstration itself. And these include, on one side, software and online tools, commercial competences and brands, training and education material, and the core innovative property inventions from research and development. All of them are explained in very detail in the respective deliverables, but due to time constraints, I will continue on explain that because of these numerous results that we had, we of course were highly motivated also to communicate these results with the public and pass on the results to the respective communities in research, industry, and farming. And for that, GoGrass used broad a number of channels, a diverse amount of channels, as can be seen on this slide. And I would like to highlight especially here our website with about 500 visitors per month, the numerous followers on social media, then very nice videos produced by ESCI and partners on YouTube, available on YouTube, and many public events that were done. Not to forget also the scientific outputs in form of events and articles, which are of course all freely available. If you are interested in more details or information on some of them, please just contact me or the team from ESCI. So the demonstrations and exploitation activities have contributed to an impact of the project as shown here in the experts' responses. And according to these categories in terms of social impacts, I would like to emphasize the improved innovation capacity and the support for young entrepreneurs in rural areas. It's an important impact. In terms of the environmental impact, we see that GoGrass has contributed to increase organic carbon in soils and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. With regard to the economic impact, the contribution of GoGrass has been mainly on reducing imports and economic diversification. And last but not least, on business-related issues, major impacts have been achieved on the business upgrading, new products and services, and exploitable results. So in GoGrass, we have had many mostly positive experiences, which kind of encourages me at the end of my presentation now to share with you some best practices of the project. In relation to the innovativeness, I could say that the successful implementation of the demos may be considered as a best practice in itself, as it promoted replication and also cross collaboration on new products and services. And a positive influence of this demo implementation was that it actually, from the beginning on, we thought about combining best solutions found in the EU and beyond. And this was very much facilitated through the collaboration between the demos, but also between the demos and the followers, and even through active participation on international events and projects, for example, OECD workshops, ECABR conferences, and other projects of partners in even Africa and other continents. With regard to the innovativeness, I would also highlight as a best practice the co-design and co-development of products and services together with the end users as a key factor. And the demo's progress in terms of circularity was very often possible due to the good collaboration between the actors from the different parts of the value chain. Of course, this also required experimenting with new forms of collaboration and knowledge transfer, allowing for greater participation and using innovative methods such as participatory technology assessments and similar. In several of the cases, also the joint steering of the demo implementation together with the demo developers and commercial partners was a key factor. And this very often also required a joint steering with actors from public administration and even politics. For more inclusion, it is also important that the results that were produced, such as the tools, were easy and simple to access and to use, and that they were communicated in a transparent way with the end users. Last but not least, the continuous research for funding opportunities and the value creation from co-benefits, we believe, is a key for business development. And this is, of course, complex in itself. While we have found as a very important step the planning of the exploitation activities that took place in GoGrass. So all these lessons and good practices, this list is not exhaustive, and it will for sure be further supplemented by the partners in the next presentations. Now for me, it's time to finish this overview. But after hearing all this positive news, one might be tempted to say that there's not much left to do now. But as we can see here, the ongoing discussion shown in the titles of some of these publications indicate that for GoGrass, I would say after the game is before the game. Topics such as the valorization of ecological and economic potentials from grassland, while at the same time safeguarding the biodiversity and contributing to climate change and nature restoration are very high on the agenda at not only at European level, but also at local and national level. So finding the right balance between all these objectives is the art, as also highlighted in an article from one of the partner projects, Super G, with whom we collaborated in GoGrass. And I'm very much looking forward to our next sessions and the panel discussion at the end of this afternoon, where we can further explore these topics in more depth. Thank you for coming here and discussing with us, and many thanks also to the European Union. Unfortunately, Pierre is not here now, but for making this happen, for making this possible, and also to all the officials of the Research Executive Agency from DG Agri and Rural Development, from DG RTD, DG Growth, and DG Environment for the constant support and participation in the project. I just gave my thanks, but just a technical advice, the presentations, the whole session is being recorded, right?
Yes, it's recording.
Yes.
So, and it will later be made available. Okay, thank you.
And I wanted to say thank you to Philippe for a great coordination. I'm sure everybody agrees on this, so big applause for the coordination.
So thank you very much, Philip, for the presentation. So with this, we finish the first introductory session of the event, and now I give the floor to Katarina, who will start with the demo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Javier. Thank you, Philippe, as well for this. We do a quick technical set, so I'm just going to move slightly over here. My name is Katarina Farage. I'm actually one of the project partners. I had the honor to lead replication 7, which was the one on engagement with very dear colleagues and all of the demo partners And I'm now going to guide you through the next parts, and I would like to take you on a journey. I know many people say this and it's boring, but in this case, it's really true because GoGrass has made a journey for starting 4.5 years ago. And I think now we're here to celebrate actually that we reached the end of that journey and we reached it well. One of the core, and Philip has already said that, is the work in the demos. GoGrass has 4, you've seen the map. And of course, it's the backbone of the project to develop the products in those 4 demos. So we decided to start our journey with that core to really give you an in-depth insight, as much as we can do today, on those 4 demos, and then build on that in the next steps of the program of today. So we will have more then to learn from the demos, and then also, of course, what these learnings can mean for the future. So you will really see in the next couple of hours how we build one step on the next. And while Natalie is still fixing the chat, so that also our online participants can ask their questions, which is highly encouraged, I'm going to outline the order in which we're going to have the presentations. We're going to start with our Swedish demo in just a minute, which will then be followed by the German demo, the Dutch demo, and finish with the Danish demo. We'll have 10 minutes for each of these presentations, and I ask, of course, the presenters to try to stick to that as much as possible so we have time for questions and answers afterwards. And for those of you in the audience here, but also the audience online, please note your questions. We're going to have a question and answer session after the 4th presentation. Also, because then you'll see maybe the differences between the demos, the different learnings, the different journeys that they took, and we can discuss maybe more holistically on all of the 4 demos together. So the online audience, I encourage you to please note your questions in the chat. They will be picked up here by colleagues in the room, and then we'll pose them to the presenters afterwards. For those of you in the room, of course, the good old get your hand up and ask your question. Is, I think, the easy bit. But again, I encourage you to note down your questions first because we're going to collect them until the last presentation has ended. Good. Are we ready to go?
Yes.
Good. Then, Susanne, the floor is first to you. I'll ask you to come to the front here. And I'll let you know that if you stand where I'm standing, you're visible to the online audience and also audible. So I encourage you to stay here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. My name is Susanne Påler, and I'm from RISE, Research Institute of Sweden. And I will present the result and development of the Swedish demo. And this work is a cooperation between RISE and our 2 other partners, Väståkra Gård and Glomers Miljöenergi. They are the farmers that really done the practical work in the project. And the idea with the Swedish demo is to produce an animal bedding that is made of recanary grass and that can replace wood-based animal bedding. Because today there is an increased demand to use this wood-based material for other products. And the demos are located in North Sweden, and in North Sweden, we have quite a lot of unused farmland that can be used for cultivation of recanary grass. And this recanary grass is very suitable to growing in cold climate, and it can also be grown on different type of soils. And by developing this value chain, we can also create new businesses and services in rural areas. We also see a potential that it can actually attract younger people and female that working with horses to start businesses around this. And the development in the demo sites in the project has taken place, like I said before, on these 2 farms here, Väståkra Gård and Glomers Miljöenergi. And they work with the same chain, but they have a bit different size of the technology and of course, different location. So if we look at the production chain here, we're talking small scale production here. It's farm level production. The idea is not to increase this to large scale plant. The idea is to have many small plants located where the raw material is. And there are several steps in this production. It started with to take care of the bales, and they need to be shredded. And then we have the main technology, which is a bricketing technology, where the material is compressed and heat treated. Before packaging, it needs to be shredded again, and then it can be delivered in different packaging as 20-kilo small bags, big bags in bulk. The animals that are using this animal bedding are cows, horses, chicken, and even smaller animals like rabbits. When the animal bedding is used, and you can use the manure directly on the fields as fertilizer, or you can use it in a biogas plant. And there we get a circular system. The animal bedding is called klimatströ, and it's a protected trademark owned by these farmer companies. And the characteristics of this klimatströ is that it's compressed and thereby requires quite little storage space. It's heat treated, which means it eliminates bacteria and mold, and also inhibits seed dispersal when you use it as fertilizer. And as you can see on the table below here, we have measured the mold in bales and then measured the mold in klimatströ, and it's decrease when you treat it in this process. When you use it in the stables, it's very soft. You get a soft bed, and it lies still, and it also reduces risk of sores on the legs on the animals. It's good. It binds ammonia and the smell, and it's overall provides a very good stable climate. And then, as I said, it's also increased the value of the fertilizer, which is very important here if we look into the economy, that it's good to use in the fields. The development work, the technology development that has been done in the GoGas project is mainly focused on to increase efficiency, to increase capacity, or increase the product quality of the product. And if we look at the first step here, is the bale shredder. Here we have done some development by one of the shredders was rebuilt to electrically driven shredder because of higher fuel prices, but also the tractor was needed to be used for other purposes. The drum was extended to increase the number of bales. Instead of one bale, we could use 2 bales and thereby decrease the workload and get better economy. And of course, a lot of different tests have been done to find the right straw length and using net or not net. The bricketing technology is manufactured by a Polish company called ESCI. It's a dual press, so it's like 2 pipes in the smallest one is 2 pipes. And this one, we increased the capacity in one of the plants. We doubled the capacity. And the reason was, of course, to better serve the market when the demand increased, but also to synchronize the process because the other parts in the technology chain had higher capacity. So now it was get it more efficient. And then we also have a dust removal, because when we start to test this at the customers, some of the customers thought it was too dusty, this material. Therefore, we decided to install a dust equipment that reduce all the fines, and which you can see in the picture below here. And of course, it's quite a lot of material that we remove, about 8 to 10%. So therefore, we also try to find a market for this, which we did. So we have companies doing soil improvement that actually willing to pay for this to use in their product. So we try to get use of everything in this process. The last step in the developing and the processing chain is the packaging. And here we have the possibility to produce small bags in 20-kilo bags to simplify transport, storage, and handling. And this is a half manual version of packaging machine to decrease cost.
But also this one, we had to improve functions to get it more even when you start to sell the project, the bales need to have the exact same weight. It was not this case in the beginning, and that we had to fix. We also had to do some adjustments to get it more efficient. We've also been working with optimal filling of big bags and also to find the best solution for packing on pallets. In the Swedish demo, we have done a lot of customer tests. We have tested in different horse owners, dairy farms, chicken owners, and all kind of stables and barns have tested this. And overall, people are very satisfied with this animal bedding. We also done long-term test. We did a test at a dairy farm with biogas production. It was tested there for 3 months, and here we could see that when they switched from wood shavings to reconnaissance grass, the biogas production increased with about 13%, which was a very good result. So it's working very well also in biogas production when you use it as manure in the biogas production. So if I end up around the technology development and look at the technology readiness level, so after these last improvements and adjustments we have done in the Swedish demo, we have reached a TRL 8. We are now working in the real world. We have a product that has been launched into the market, and we have a system that is completed and qualified through tests and demonstrations. So if we go on to the economic analysis, the question is this profitable? Well, that depends what capacity you have, and of course the price. Here I show a table where we use this newest 2-duo press, and we have a capacity of 222 tons and 500 tons. And 200 tons is what we can use today and what we have material for today. But if you look at the balance here, it's still negative if we only use 200 ton per year. So we need to increase that to up to 500 ton to get a positive balance. But we still have a quite low price on the product, and this is a problem because customers still compare the price with wood-based products. And as you can see in the figure here, many use wood shavings and they use wood pellets, and the price is slightly lower there than what we have for the Klimatstra. But if we look at the market for similar products like straw pellets and straw briquettes that you can buy in South Sweden, the price is much higher. So if we could get similar prices as for those products, we would have a profitable. And on the economic analysis also for the Klimatstra. But of course it is difficult in North Sweden. You don't have the same competition, you don't have that many horses, and you don't have that much people. So you can probably never get such a high price as in South Sweden. But if we can increase the price with 1,000 Swedish krona, I think we have a quite good profit. And that's done. Okay. The climate impact, we also did some climate impact calculations, and here we just compared between wood shavings and reconnaissance grass, and as the picture can show here, the climate impact is better here for reconnaissance grass, and we compared with a dairy farm and a horse farm. And we looked from cultivation to use as fertilizer. So my last picture. So if we look what's happening now after Go Grass, we will continue to produce the animal bedding for different customers. We have a product that we can sell and distribute. We will continue to collaborate with different research projects. We already have one cooperation now with a big research project, but we look into using this for calf rearing and animal health. We need to improve the market communication, sales, and distribution to reach out to more customers. And there will also be a continued dialogue with ASCET, the manufacturer of the briquetting technology, because if we want to have new production plants, we maybe need to adapt the technology and find new solutions. Because in the end, to increase the production of animal bedding, we need more production plants. These 2 production plants we have now, that will not be bigger. We just need more production plants. But the market is quite difficult now. People are a bit hesitating to invest in new businesses. The economy is not very good, and it's a lot about worries around the world. So that's all from me. Thank you.
We'll get you back afterwards for questions. A little apology to the online audience. We know that there is a challenge with the chat. We're fixing it, or we're trying to fix it in the background. So write down your questions on a piece of paper for now, and then later on we give you a chance in the chat to work on it. So this was the first demo, our lovely Swedish demo on the animal bedding, and we'll continue with the German demo on the biochar made from grass. Thomas, if you stand here, you're in the right spot. And then I think Natalie will be ready.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. My name is Thomas Hoffmann. I am from the Leibniz Institute for Agricultural Engineering and Bioeconomy in Potsdam, and I want to give you some information about our results in our demo in Germany. What is our background? The project was a cooperation between the Association of Lower Oder Valley National Park. It's a huge area on the borderline between Germany and Poland, with round about 10,500 hectares. And round about 4,200 hectares are managed by the farmers on a very extensive way. In general, there are a lot of rules from the environmental protection field. At the end, it means the farmers must wait with the harvest up to the end of August or September if they want to harvest the material, because they must wait up to the moment when the last ground breeding bird has left the fields, and that's important. At the end of August, at the beginning of September, the grass is too old to feed it to animals, and that's why we looked for a new possibility to use this material. And the idea was to produce biochar and to use this biochar as a soil amendment to improve the fertility of soil. The aim is not to spread this biochar in this region, because it's not allowed to do there something. We want to use the biochar for the commercial normal fields of the farmer outside of this area. So at first, the task was to test several thermochemical processes. We have to distinguish between the hydrothermal carbonization and pyrolysis. And after some tests, we decided to continue only with pyrolysis. We tested several devices. Here are a batch system. That's the second batch system. That's a continuous working system from the company BioMacon. This works very well. Here we have some problems with condensates. At the end, yeah, it's dangerous because we get some tar at the end of the pyrolysis process. Then we must find out that there's no processing line on the commercial market available. That's why we started to develop our own concept to implement the processing steps which we need. It's the shredder, the briquetting line, the pyrolysis device, the trailer, and the power unit on a trailer to go with the system to the farmer. But we must find out it's too complicated to link all these different systems on one trailer with the capacity which we have. It was too much for us. That's why we decided to buy our own pyrolysis device. It is a second-hand device from the Botanical Garden in Berlin. We had enough money to buy a new one, but because of the Ukraine war, there was a delivery time of 36 months. it is too late for the project. That's why we decided to buy a 10-year-old device without any guarantee. Now we have this system in our ATB, and we are very busy to implement our systems and to try to start this processing line. Hopefully we can do it in some weeks. So, and additional thing is that we have close cooperations to accompany Carbonauten. Maybe some of you was there during our demo visit in Eberswalde. We have cooperation to this company, and there's a second one, REW Regenis. So it means we can, if we know on which way we have to produce biochar, we can go to an industrial scale and can give this task to these companies. What do we need now? Of course, to understand the processing lines, the material on the field must be baled in square bales or round bales. Then the bale must be milled with this yellow device here, similar to the system in Sweden. Then we have to produce pellets, or we have to use briquettes. It's the same system from the company ESCI as used in Sweden. It means at the end we have small particles or bigger one. And here in these classes, you can see some examples of this material. Then the material comes in the pyrolysis device, and then pyrolysis is produced. It is important. At the end, we have a material with a stable carbon. The carbon remain over several hundred years in the soil. As the material has a very high surface, to explain it, 1 gram of biochar of this carbon has a surface of 250 square meters. 1 gram. Very small particles has such huge amount of surface. That's important for the usage of this material to collect water, to store water and nutrition in the soil. We tested the biochar, and the biochar fulfill all requirements from the European biochar certificate. It means it's allowed to spread this material in the soil. So here are some more, so there should be something wrong, some elements which we determined. I said something to the surface area, and here is a part of the balance regarding the heating balance. We did some calculations, and we determined some single steps how much energy is necessary, and we find out that round about 18 megajoule per kilogram is a unit, is a heating energy in pellets. So round about 1/3 is collected in the biochar. 1/3 is used as heat, is free as heat energy to help a farmer to increase the temperature in the greenhouse or in his house or in the storage. And 1/3 is, its weight goes in the air. I have shown several steps which are necessary to pre-process the material. For instance, we have to harvest, and we have to shredder and pelletize the material. And if you see, these values are very low in comparison to the heating energy which is inside the pellets. It means it makes sense to have these pre-processing steps in front of the biochar production. We did a financial calculation. I will not go in detail in every step. It is a calculation for a farmer in the region of the National Oder Valley, and his aim was to produce a special amount of energy for his barns. And on the basis of his demand, we calculated here for several scenarios, and we find out it is possible to create a financial benefit with around about 14,000 euros or a little bit more than 17,000 euros in his case, if we can use the biochar with a special value. It is important for the whole calculation. It means we must find out ways to produce the biochar, to use the biochar independent of on the conditions of every farm. We cannot say it's easy for all and all can use it. We must adapt the system for every farm on the special questions which are there. So chances, We can increase the quality of the agricultural soil because of this biochar and the storage capacity. We can generate negative emissions. We use renewable resources for the heating generation, and the farmers can be a little bit more independent of fossil fuels if we need heating energy on his farm. We can use it as bedding material, compost, or biogas too. So that should be one of the last slides. The barriers. It's not enough to have only the pyrolysis device. I have shown it. We need a lot of pre-processing steps in front of the pyrolysis. The ash content is, from the chemical point, a problem because the ash content in straw or hay is sometimes higher than by wood. We can use biochar, but we use special machineries. And in the case of Germany, the legal framework is a challenge. We have to fulfill requirements from the European Union, from Germany, from federal states. At the end, it is a difficult situation for the farmer to find out what is allowed and what not. So, outlook. There are many farmers who are interested in the biochar production. There is enough biomass. There's enough biomass available to develop such processing line. Up to now, we have some lacks in the technologies, but I have to say, I can say we want to continue our work because now we have all machines in our institute, and we can follow up, further develop these processing lines with our own capacity to come to a good end in the near future, hopefully. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas, for that presentation. And indeed, actually, everybody in the room has the slight advantage that you have all of the products and some of the in-between steps there on the table. So later on, I encourage you to have a look. So our demo partners did bring the products here for you to feel and smell and taste if you want. But for those online, we also still know that there is problems with the chat. So what we've done, we've set up a Slido. And you should just received an email from James here at Renovate to your email inbox with the link to connect to that Slido. So we do want to hear your questions, and this will be your way to post them. So please have a look at your email inbox and find the link and use the Slido to post your questions to our audience and to our speakers here. We apologize for that slight little detour that you have to take. Now, here in the room, we will continue with our third presentation, which is going to be the presentation on our Dutch demo. And Jose, will you make the way to me? And then the floor is yours for your presentation on grass-based paper.
Thank you very much. I'm Jose Hiemstra from the Go Grass project. I've been working more than 35 years in innovation, new technology, and in commercialization of that. And the last 10 years for a big part in European projects. And then here you see, I see the screen. I have to speak in the, yes. Thank you, yes, okay. So then, yeah, we see here, there's Hiemstra Brein. Then we have ACRES, that are the partners. ACRES is an application center for renewable resources, being a part of the University of Wageningen. Schutpapier is our paper factory. It's a small paper factory, which is excellent for doing testing and that kind of things. And then we have the Noordelijke Friese Woorden, and that is the deliverable of the grass. The nature grass, they do a lot of work in that kind of area. So let's have a look. It doesn't do it yet. Yes. So the Dutch demo, the objective is that we should create high-value products from low-quality grass. And what is low-quality grass? Low-quality grass is grass in our definition then that the cattle, the cows are not producing milk on. So a low nitrogen, low protein contents, and as possible as high as much cellulose. And they do by retrieving grass fibers, the cellulose from it, and utilize them for the paper and carton industry. So then you see we have the value chain is the grass harvesting, the whole activities there. We have then we have the production of the fibers, and part of it is when it comes to roadside grass, you have problems with pollution. And then we have the paper making, the testing. So the grass paper, we have to say there are two types of grass papers, and this is just to make to inform you what's the difference, what we did and what the other type is. So the first type of grass paper is that they add 7 to 8% of just dried small grass particles, and you could say it is more or less like a filler material, and that means that's mainly done for objectives, and the particles are visible, and probably you have seen that type of paper and so, and but it does not contribute to the strength and the quality of, well, quality, I wouldn't say that, but the strength of the paper. What we do is we use grass cellulose fibers to substitute partly or totally the wood cellulose. So this is our objective, and this is a totally different process, but also, so you see it, and we have not found two names, so we still speak about paper, grass paper. So the problem in previous attempts to use grass in this was the removal of the sugars and the protein in the grass. And then when we started, we had high expectation. We said, well, by using digestion, it's a piece of cake. So we will quite fast remove the sugars and the protein and so, but that was really a miscalculation. So the sugars went out very fast, but the nitrogen, the protein did not go out, but it was changed into another type of protein, but it was still there. So we did that, and that took us a lot of time. It was a disappointment. So we had expected to fix the removal of the protein and then start with the scale up and so on, and the commercialization. And we found a solution in adding a mild alkali treatment to the process. And of course, we also would have needed that for removal of the lignin, which is available in the cellulose fibers, in the grass fibers. Okay, paper making. So our results on lab scale is, so we are capable of, this is all the work of ACRES and so on. So we are capable of substitution, make paper substitution 100%, 0 to 100% of the wood cellulose. And that's very nice. It has a good strength, and the dewatering capacity on lab scale was good. But that is the issue when it comes to industrial production, the strength, good strength of the paper, and the speed of dewatering, the dewatering capacity. These are the two main variables, and they should be optimized, because when the dewatering capacity is not good enough, then the speed of the paper making machine will have to slow down. And when it has to slow down, that will significantly increase the cost. And therefore, it's so important. So we had a good removal of sugars and proteins. we had a good liberation of the cellulose from the grass bundles. That was also a thing, and so. And then a thing we should test. And Schutpapier is enthusiastic about it, and they have high expectations. So, but this is all on lab scale, and now we have to go to the scale up of the production. So this is an animation, or not an animation, but it is a nice drawing to give you insight in the production steps we developed, we need for the process. Then it comes to that here. Does this have a pointer? Yeah. Here. So here you see it's partly on it. Here is for the debaling and so and the shredding of the grass bales. But here we have a container, a 20-foot container where we build in the sprinkler system and all the other things and the monitoring and etc. etc. And for the grass, and here you have the tank with the percolate on it, the little bacteria who eat the nice things they like. Then here we have the, hey, where is, oh, yes, I had removed this, I thought, but it is still there. It's good for the online audience. So here you have then the transportation and we had then the washing when the fibers come out of the tank of the container. Then we have a washing street, and that is that removes a lot remaining dirt, etc. Then the next step is we go to this, and this is here you see the alkali tree, the tank where we dip the washed fibers. In these three tanks, you see the alkali, the natrium hydroxide, potassium of sodium, potassium hydroxide, and you see also the acid to an acid tank with to neutralize it again, and then there is a storage tank for the others, and then at the end there is the brown one we see is the milling. And the milling is just for making the fibers, bringing that on the right length, at least sub-millimeter for the paper production. And then we don't dry it because the pulp is transported as wet pulp to the paper factory. Because why should we dry it and make cost? And as Schutpapier, they have wet it again. Then we still have the two other containers that is here below. There you have the control units, the monitoring systems of all the measuring and control things we need for the different the things and so. And here the big one here is this contains gas bag to pick up the gas, to collect the gas from the digester. And now I show you a little photos about. So here you have then about the process. This is the shredder where we debale and shred the grass, and then the next is that is our digester, but and on the top of the digester you see the percolate tank, and then we drew before it the sprinkler system and the cages that we use, and so that's just to give you an impression of how it goes. And then here we have the percolate tank. It's a little bit strange because the metal is working as a mirror, right? So so you can see, but it's basically it's a metal. It's a tank, and we put down the grass fibers in it, And well, that's how it works at the moment. And then, yeah, I put this also a little earlier in the presentation, but then this is, I spoke to you about the roadside grass that we had to remove the pollution, and what we did it by this. So we have there was a very expensive way to approach this, and that has to do with pneumatics, but it was much too expensive for small scale production. So we have developed this. We used a vision camera for detection and the deep learning technology for training the cameras to discern between the grass and the pollution. So we developed a database of 15,000, and nowadays it's even bigger, to train the algorithm. And one of the last things was, the interesting things was to help them learn to discern the black transportation band. So that's very nice. But the results are quite well. So you can see it tomorrow, and then you will see how it removes the detected dirt. Well, the outlook. The fiber production technology, what we have here, I would say, is fit for purpose. And what's then the purpose? The purpose was doing research and producing and demonstrate the production of grass fibers for testing and for in the initial paper production for the project. But when we started calculations about it, then there will be no financial feasibility for this setup. The income is far too low. Also, one of the issues which is that the retention time in the digester will take 4 to 5 days, and the next longest process is the alkali treatment, and that will take 4 to 5 hours. So you see that there is a possibility for improvement, and so that's and we work on that. Then when we started to upscale it to 5 digesters, and we came to 5, because 5 is you have 5 days in the digester, and then 4 to 5 hours in the alkali treatment, and then you have the whole week. You have the circle, and you can run this by one full-time person. And then I don't think about. I think that people who do this, that they take the administration and all that kind of stuff, and so. And also, there are many possibilities for improvement and cost reduction. So I put here, I put a dry digester from Germany. That is, it's not so far away from the Dutch border in Durban. And that is a dry digester, which you can see has 6 compartments. And the compartments are also deeper than our compartments. But this is only for biogas production. And so, and we cooperated quite some, we had some good discussions and help from the from a two compartment dry digester in close to Bremen. But this and when you see this is just a more sophisticated thing. Then you can see about all improvements and all possibilities there are to develop it into a commercial, attractive and feasible thing. Not that we will copy this, because I think this is much too sophisticated, and therefore much too expensive in order to make small scale production possible. Yes, flexibility. So we have flexibility when that means that we need flexibility when the demand of the paper, the papers, grass fibers would not be too high. Then we can take more time for biogas production, and so have the retention time of the grass and the fiber lengthen that. And we can go to other biomass types, and that are real possibilities of tomato stems and we have cucumber plant stems, and also and we can easily scale this up. The LCA of our process is at least 10 times better than the LCA of wood cellulose. It is at least because they in the calculations they left out the transportation aspects from France or from Sweden, Finland, and so on. And then there is an interesting thing. So when you look to the low quality grass available in the Netherlands, and then suppose that it's all going to our process, then there is room for 500 digesters or more for containing 5 digesters. Yeah, but at the same time, there is not enough grass biomass to replace all the virgin cellulose in the Dutch paper industry. So if we would do this, then we could only cover 23% of the virgin wood cellulose that is bought by the paper making sector. Well, and then what we can say now, and that is, I'm quite proud of it, that we managed altogether that we see that there is a solid base for an economic feasible production, grass fiber production. And that means, and also, I think we can develop a business model that it's also interesting for investors. And there's also we see possibilities for a good exit for them. And that's also quite important. Some lessons learned. So we learned that everything takes more time than expected. And this is a new word I learned, that is the teething problems. In the Netherlands, we would say child diseases. But, and then we had the problems with delivery times. But I know from the German, French, they have also the same problem. And then there's interesting depth of insight in the dry digestion. We have learned a lot, we know a lot, but we still could grow on this. And then the second, what we've learned, that we should start earlier and parallel with the scale up. We have put so much emphasis on the protein problem that there was little, at least less time for the scale up and the optimization of that. Then the next steps. So I think we should re-engineer the fiber production technology and calculate the optimal scale and number of the digesters. And therefore we need a new project with at least, is there somewhere? No, at least launching, I would say launching customer or a few more. And we need money and we need to really work on that. And then I also think we could explore on a business model where we could separate the digestion, the production of the grass fibers from the next steps that you could call that is upgrading the grass fibers. If we could split that, then maybe that there would be more possibilities to bring the work of leave the work in the rural areas. But that's a challenge, but the economic calculations have to make that possible and so. So and then I think also that we have I've looked into this, but it's quite a process, is what I understood, but that we could explore the development of carbon credits, because that could be also bring an additional substantial income. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You take your materials. Thank you, Kosse. We have one more presentation before we open the floor for questions from here, the audience, but also online. And we saw that the Slido questions are working. So please, also the online audience, if you want to post your question, do find the Slido link and post it there. Last presenter is Morten, who's going to take us to Denmark and green protein production. Morten, microphone and floor is almost yours. Quick reminder, it's 10 minutes.
Yes. Thank you very much for the introduction, and I will try to be fast. There is still some slides to go through, but if you have questions, we can always talk about it later. Okay, so I will present the Danish demo, which in short has the concept of production of local organic protein concentrates from grass and forage crops to substitute soy imports, soy for feed especially. And the Danish demo was mainly carried out at Aarhus University, but with collaboration from industry partners and network organizations. Can we move this? Because the concept is to produce a protein concentrate to substitute soy meal used in the feed industry, but actually the motivation comes very much from the ecological sustainability of agricultural production, because what we really wanted to look into in the Danish demo is how we can change the agricultural production from annual cropping systems to green perennials. And this have several long list of good arguments: prevent nutrient leaching, build up soil carbon, reduce pesticide use, increase photosynthetic production of biomass. We need more biomass for the increasing bioeconomy, and also a potential to improve biodiversity. So in order to change from annual cropping systems to green perennials, we need to use the grass or forages for something. And for this, the system of the grass refinery or the green biorefinery is sort of a well-known concept, but haven't really launched as a big commercial success. So that is the plan for the Danish demo. And here, so I put also the motivation for the later value chain parts of the Danish demo. So besides the agricultural production, the advantages here, we also increase business possibilities in rural areas, technology R&D for a growing circular bioeconomy. And then last on the product side, the protein concentrate for monogastric animal feed would have a local production of protein feed and also reduce environmental impact of animal feed in general. A last point on this slide is that the green biorefinery in the Danish basic case is tightly connected to biogas production, which is quite a large industry in Denmark. Some of the main challenges that this concept faces is that, well, how to make money of this? What is a profitable business case for these green biorefineries? There are so many possibilities also of using the side streams and develop the process, doing the process steps in different ways. And then achieve constant high yields of the main product, the leaf protein concentrate. Secure high quality of raw materials during the entire season from May to November, and create efficient and practical harvest and logistics, because we in the Danish demo need to process freshly harvested biomass. That requires that you have a well-functioning harvest and logistic setup to deliver fresh biomass each and every day, each and every hour of the season. That can be done, but it is a challenge. And then create enough value from the side stream to support a good business case. In the Danish demo, we are collaborating across several disciplines at Aarhus University and with external partners to cover a lot of things, and we have several projects running on this concept. But for GoGrass specifically, we focused on trying to build up the process with a focus on simplicity, practicality, and bulk applications of the product. Specifically, we had a task around looking into if grassland biomass from paludiculture areas could be used in this process. So re-wetted areas where we have less agricultural grown grass species, tall fisk and reed canary grass. Also, we looked specifically into harvest methods and logistics, and there were two feed trials in the project, one with pigs for the protein concentrate feed, looking into digestibility, and one looking at the breast cake fiber for cow. I will not go into a long talk about the biological factors and the process technology in this talk, but just highlight that there are three really important factors in this concept. One is the biomass. The quality is really important. If there's not enough protein, it doesn't make sense to start extracting it. Biological activity, it's living plants. So when we harvest, a lot of activities, enzymes, microorganisms can start degrading protein or cross-linking protein, which will have an effect on the final product. And how we process it, we can do it in different ways. So how you do it is really important for also quality and yields. In sort of the time span of the GoGrass project, there's been a lot of development in this concept. One of the things have been that we can see that yield increases with the plant nitrogen content. So the more protein you have in the plant, the better yields you also have. Also extractability. When you have a high dry matter content, if the biomass is too dry coming in, then the yields are really low. And then in general, legumes such as clover or alfalfa tend to have a higher yield of protein than grasses. And then with regards to the test we did on the paludiculture crops in GoGrass, it resulted in very low yields due to low protein content of these crops. So if we are to use re-wetted areas for this, we need to secure that the biomass produced there has enough protein content to qualify for this process. Another thing we looked into is optimization of protein concentrate yield in the process. Here you have a sketch of the front end of the processing in the Danish demo. The sort of brownish part of this flowchart resembles the simple way, the standard way we were doing it, but that often resulted in too low yields. So treating the biomass more roughly, having a more severe maceration through equipment similar to this, well known from the biogas industry, really resulted in some good improvements of yields. I have one example where we in 2021 increased. You should look at the yellow pies on these charts. It's the dry matter yields for without severe maceration and with severe maceration, and it's crude protein yields with and without. And what we can see is that we have the possibility to improve yields 2 to 3 times by better mechanical processing. However, the improvements are very dependent on raw material quality. So there's also cases where we don't see a big increase if the biomass is just not suitable for process. Another result example that I brought is that we looked into the harvest methods possible and the time from you harvest to you start processing. And this is really important. So here in the green part, the two charts there shows the harvesting where we swathed, so we didn't cut the biomass in the field. Well, we cut it and brought it, but we didn't chop it. And the other one, the brown side of the charts there is where the biomass is cut in the field. And what makes a difference here is that if you cut it in the field, you start more biological activity in the biomass, and therefore you have less time before you need to process it in order to get good quality product out. There is a sort of, so here where we didn't cut it in the field, we actually increased the yields a little bit after 6 hours from harvest. Whereas when we cut it in the field, the yield starts to decline already after 6 hours. Another thing is that the quality of the protein, just on this slide, on the bar chart, you can see that with cutting in the field, after 6 and 12 hours, we have a reduced amount of crude protein content in the product. And the crude protein content in the product is really important for quality of the feed. And then there was, on this exact harvest and time experiment, animal science department did a feed quality, a digestibility test to measure the feed quality of the protein concentrates that came out of that exact experiment. And what we can see is that similar to the yields, also the quality declines. So the blue bars is where we chop the biomass in the field, and there we see a decline already after 6 hours on the crude protein digestibility in the feed trial. And this goes also for single essential amino acids, lysine, methionine, and cysteine. And there's a lot of data behind this, so there are more to the story than this. Okay, if we go to the economy side of it, it is we have been looking into the organic production, which seems to be profitable. However, in conventional, where the protein concentrate is worth half of what the organic, you can sell the organic protein concentrate, it's a negative balance. But really the point here is that numbers can vary depending on how and where we make the refinery and the value chain. And that both the scale, the product value, the biomass price, and what we do with the side streams can really change. So as well as the capex. So there's a lot of ways, I would say, to make a slightly profitable business case, but also a lot of ways to not do that. In GoGrass, it was calculated that with these numbers, it would take around 12 years to come to even after the capex investments. So that's a long time to wait for your money and requires that the startup of this technology is helped a little bit. We further analyze this. I will not go into this due to time, but there's a lot of sensitivity analysis that you can look into. And for example, it would be a big benefit to use the facility also in the winter time, producing similar products. For the LCA and the carbon footprint, these are the numbers from all the demos, but I bolded the Danish ones. We are producing energy because of the biogas. So in total, it's an energy output. And the negative soil sequestration means that we putting carbon in the soil. If we have looked into, so if we look at the pig production in the very end, there's been cases where substituting imported soy with grass clover protein can reduce the carbon footprint up to 25% per kilo of pig meat. And that is with using also soil carbon and land use change. Technology readiness level, we are around an 8. The basic technology works, but improvements are still very welcome. We will for sure continue our work. Commercialization in Denmark already started, actually already in 2019, 2020, but there's also been a lot of development in those facilities. And there's also commercial activities in the Netherlands and in France. Business case is not really great, but and large-scale implementation needs support and a clear regulatory framework, especially across the European countries. An outlook, green biorefineries has huge potential for both agriculture and rural development. There's so many ways to improve the business case to combine leaf protein concentrate production with other grass-based products. We looked into in Go Grass project to combine it with the Dutch demo, using the fiber for paper making. There are several EU and also in Denmark national projects looking into further developments of the green biorefineries. And it's not a mistake that I put the next line several times on this slide as well, because there's really a need for support to make the technology fly. If we don't implement it in large scale, we don't get the large scale environmental benefits. So yes, that was
Thank you, Martin. Thank you. Could I ask the other 3 presenters to come to the front, because otherwise we have maybe a logistical challenge. And I know that there is already at least one question from the online audience. So James, would you maybe want to post that one first? Natalie has the microphone.
Well, we have questions for Germany and for Denmark.
Okay, let's go with the German one first.
Okay. So in fact, it's 3 questions bundled into one. So the question is, how costs vary at farm scale if this can be made financially viable? What would be the price per ton at point of sale? And what would a typical farm application rate be in tons per hectare?
Now, Thomas.
There are a lot of difficult questions. Now, if you want to buy biochar, you must pay around about 600, 700 euros per ton. It means it's a huge amount. If you want to spread this material on soil, it makes no sense to spread it over all areas because it's too expensive. We have to focus the application on very sandy regions, very sandy lands, and to improve the fertility. Otherwise, it makes no sense, and you cannot pay it, and you would not have financial benefit of it. It is too expensive. The other way could be to put the biochar in the, how can I say it, in the lines where you want to sow something, not to spread it against the wind, to it in the lines where you want to put the grain kernels for the next culture. It could help. So what was the next question?
Price per ton, you've answered. Application rate in tons per hectare.
In the literature, you find values between 2 tons and 80 tons. And as I explained it from the value, how expensive it is, you can forget values more than 10 tons. And that's why we have to focus on the very sandy regions to have to pay it. Otherwise, it's not possible. As a not tons per hectare, you must think about the option kilogram per square meter. But up to now, sorry, I do not have a value.
And then maybe the question to the Dutch.
Sure.
Danish,
For
sorry.
Denmark, yeah. Have you looked at the overall land footprint, i.e. how much land is needed of grass-derived protein compared with protein from arable land, such as pulses?
Yes, so in productivity, okay, so the way I understand the question, yeah, so if you have a production of grass, clover, or alfalfa, you can produce more protein per hectare compared to the harvest of pulses. So it's about how much of that protein you can extract and retrieve in your product. And that's why I was also focusing quite a lot on high yields, because that is both important for economy and also land efficiency. I don't have any numbers. Maybe colleagues can help. Uffe, do you know if the?
No, I think that I think we are still missing a very detailed analysis on that. But I think in general terms, we expect that we can produce as much product per hectare as from soybean production, which is the reference. But it's a difficult comparison because it's produced in very different parts of the world. So many other things are also different. And then apart from the protein product, we also have other products that should be valued in.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you for the online questions. Are there questions in the audience here in the room? Anything that's burning under your fingernails? Yeah, I have 1, 2, and 3. I start with the ladies here in the front, please.
One question is for the reed canary grass. How often do you have to redo it? That's one question. Like a normal grassland, you have to redo every 5 years. So it's the same here. And also, if you want to get rid of it, you want to change crop. How would that work?
Do you mind to introduce yourself?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
You're not online, so that's why.
That's okay. My name is Karina Christians, and I represent North Sweden European office in Brussels.
Yes, reed canary grass, it's a perennial grass. It can be 10 years, at least 10, 15 years before we have to re-sow it. And to get rid of it, it takes some work because it's quite big roots, but it's workable. Yeah.
I see some follow-up conversations during coffee. The next question.
Hello, good morning. I'm Diane Dessers. I'm working for a Belgian mowing company who has a lot of grass actually to supply, and who's also experimenting with valorizing this grass output. And my question is actually to the Dutch case and the Danish case actually combined. The Dutch case said we want to get rid of the protein to have cellulose of a better quality, I guess, and you use the alkali treatment for it. You have the more the maceration technique, and I would say, could the maceration technique not be used instead of the alkali treatment? And what is the output also of the alkali treatment? What do you do with the nutrients that, I mean, the nitrogen which is in the the fluids, I guess.
Yes. Yeah, so I think that what we what's concerned the maceration, we don't call it maceration. We say we use it after the digester, the container. We have a washing step, and in that washing step, there is also we take out quite a bit of the remaining sugars, and that will be a little bit, but also some protein. And yeah, also we take out some protein. And then in the alkali treatment, there is the protein we take out is that much. We don't know exactly how much remains there, but it is good enough for a good scale paper making. So we have not measured. Yet.
In general, difference between the Danish and the Dutch is that the Danish need already a high protein concentration, and after the process, there is still too much nitrogen in it for the Dutch process. So we had some cooperation in between, and in the Dutch process, you really want you start with very low protein content, and then it should be more lower for the paper making, and the nutrients which come out in the last step, if we move to the manure again. So it's used as fertilizer, but we reuse many times before doing that.
Yes, I can maybe add, because there is an obvious combination of those two demos, but it's really important that protein is not just protein, and for the Danish product, the leaf protein concentrate, we need a certain quality of that protein, and that quality is not there after the digestion, for example. So we're not using those kind of technologies. We're simply just pressing a green juice out of the grass, after fresh grass. Yes, and then the product, the fiber press cake in the Danish demo, one possible application is ruminant feed, because we don't extract by far all the protein. Sometimes we have 60% of the protein left in the fiber. We would like to extract more, but that is sometimes how it's stuck in the fiber. So that means it's really good for ruminant feed, and we need to process it much more to make it paper quality, pure cellulose.
Thank you.
But to add just this, that we did test with your grass, your press cake, and we treated it, and then but it is good possible to use it for paper making.
So we see some collaboration and connection there. One last plenary question coming here.
Lothar Strögemann, FMS. I have one question for the Swedish use case. Did you check on the water holding capacity of your material?
You mean the moisture content, or
Not the moisture content,
the water holding capacity? Not the water holding capacity.
Because
No.
would have been, well, I guess it's an important feature of the bedding material, how much water it can, liquid it can retain. The second question would have been, what was the observed difference before and after briquetting? But anyway, we don't have the answer now. Then to the German use case, I just saw about the pH of the biochar. Very often it's very high. You see a figure of 10.9, which makes it always difficult to use it in substrate. But what would it be in calcium oxide equivalents? Because pH is one thing, the neutralizing power of the biochar is a complete different question.
Sorry, I do not have values to your last thing. We must discuss it maybe in the break together with my colleague. Sorry, I haven't the answer.
Thank you, Thomas. That was very nice, smooth transition into the coffee break. It was easier than I thought, so thank you. Thanks to our speakers. So as announced by Thomas, I think it's time for a coffee break. We are a little behind schedule, but not too much. I ask you to be back in the room at 11:40, so that's a 20-minute coffee break. Our speakers, our groups, everybody is going to be outdoors. So if you have follow-up questions, do so. Please do get in line of the coffee machine because it does take some time to get the coffee. And don't forget to reach out to Stefan and Kimberly for the bus and for anything else you want to know to move to the Netherlands. See you at 11:40. Great. So welcome back. I hope you had a good, refreshing break. And I'm not going to go louder for people to stop talking. I'd rather do the opposite, and I'm going to be really quiet. And let's see if that actually works. Okay, I would really like to draw your attention again to the front, everybody. Thank you so much. We're going to continue our journey. So what we did in the first part of today's conference session is that we had a deep dive into the demos. I hope you got inspiration of what all of these great people in the 4 countries and the 4 demos have done. I think they can be very proud, and I think you also saw that they are very proud of the results. So I hope you have a good understanding, a good foundation, because we're going to build on that now. Because obviously in GoGrass, a lot of the work has been done in the demos, but there were a lot of tasks also supporting that work and looking more horizontally across the demos, taking some learnings and also some insights from that. And that's what we're going to focus on in this session. So we're going to have 3 presentations, really also, again, taking us one step further on the journey. And we're going to look into the business models that were actually developed in the demos, of course, and what we can take out of that, what is actually something that we can do with these kind of information. We'll also look into the value chains that were analyzed and also, of course, compared across the demos. And we'll also see what it means in terms of replication, because we have in this project 3 followers, and we will hear from one of them in terms of what they plan or what they did already in terms of replicating what has come out of GoGrass. And then last but not least, we finished the session with an introduction to some of the tools that were developed in the project to give you even further guidelines and further insights into what is possible with all of the information that was generated in GoGrass. We'll start with the first presentation from Carmen, who's going to give us some more information on what was all discussed and developed on business models in GoGrass. Carmen.
Thank you, Katarina. Hello, everybody. My name is Carmen Socaciu, and I'm going to dive into the grass-based circular business models. This is part of the journey. So before that, I was just thinking to discuss a little bit what is a business model. And the business model basically is a framework which outlines how a company creates and captures value through its operation, customers, and revenue sources. So basically, it's how you sell and deliver your solution to your customers and, of course, make money. Is it the business model or the product? Which one will give you a competitive edge? What do you think? So a business model, you have a simple shop and a customer, and there is an exchange of product or service, and the customer can purchase something from the shop, lease, or pay per use for a service. So the importance of business models, we talked a lot today about the different combination and the different collaboration, but a successful business model are often based on the right combination of several linked elements. So it's to take an example, the Swedish demo. Here, the technology was optimized with grass shedding, briquetting, shredding, connected to the existing infrastructure and modifying the equipment to fit exactly the business environment. And circularity, it's also, we're talking about the circular business model, which we're looking at minimizing the ecological and social costs. And based on that, sourcing from the economy and not from ecological reserves, adding value to existing products and materials, like we saw, combining technology and design processes, and create valuable inputs for businesses. because if not, if the product that we sell has no value, it will become waste. And exactly, we're looking the other way around. How can we create value from the waste? So we start with the Swedish demo, and we tried to look into the circularity aspect of it. And I don't like the window. It's ruining my picture. Yeah. No?
Maybe?
Yeah. So, yeah, it's better than before. So here we just try to, here you have the whole value chain of what happens in the Swedish demo. And then we took an example of a single actor business model where a cattle farmer or dairy farmer can control the whole value chain from sourcing the, so I have here some, the cattle farmer invests in a production line inspired by the Swedish demo. They harvest and production done on site. Basically, they grow their own raw material, and the product is used in-house. And the bedding material is either composted on site or used for biorefinery, and the digestate used as fertilizer. So when looking at this, at the red dots, we can see, we can identify in which parts of the value chain actually we can have a business. So where you have like the red dot, the farmer can either valorize the fines from those dust removal. We just heard today that there are a lot of companies interested in the side stream, and unless they are using the material to create energy for their own farm, they can also connect to the grid. And we have also a business model where various stakeholders are involved. And here we are looking at the supply chain. So again, like before, we have a commercial company which buys the production line and adjusts existing technology. We also, it's not included here, but they can also buy the services, consulting services from the demos already involved, because now they are experts and they can support potential businesses. The cannery grass is transported from nearby farms, and the product is sold to horse owners. And then the bedding material is composed on site and digestate used as fertilizer. And you can see here several places where a business model can happen. Everywhere where you have an exchange, a new business can grow. But as we've seen today, everything is depending on the scale. We are moving on to the Danish demo, and here we are having a farm with a biogas plant and a biorefinery where all the grass is processed, and then all the side streams are used at the farm with a biogas plant. We try to move a bit faster through. We are coming to the same supply chain, value chain, sorry. So here, previously we've heard about the companies which have commercialized, started the commercialized operation. And here the example is BioRefine, which actually are in charge the whole value chain, and so they control the grass harvest, transport, and the entire production line. The protein is sold as feed, and the brown juice and fiber are used for biogas. And digestate can use as well for the fertilizer. And here for them, the business opportunity is from the side streams, and of course they are selling the product as well as from the side stream for the biogas production. Another example is the other commercial company, which is Asungo, which actually the whole thing looks differently. So they are dependent on the supply chain in order to operate. They make agreements with the farmers within 30 kilometers to buy their grass. And as before, the business opportunities appear in the red dots or circles. Looking at the German demo, we have here a collaboration model. We thought that in this business model, the municipality could play an important role. And so if the municipality buys and installs a biochar and heat installation to use the heat for the self-consumption, then the grass is transported from the national park and other public spaces, and the product is sold to companies doing vertical farming. If you did not consider that before. So the business opportunity arises also as before in all the red circles. For the Dutch demo, we have a licensing model. And here, a company licenses the technology from the Dutch demo, and the grass is transported from national park and other public spaces by municipalities or other actors, and the product is sold to paper making company, and the paper is recycled, and the raw materials come back to the paper making company. And again, like before, all the business opportunities arise in the highlighted area. So observations, I think they were mentioned before. So in Sweden, the superior product with many additional benefits like lower maintenance, lasting longer compared to traditional bedding material, including, I don't know if this is like exact number anymore. I think maybe it's bigger. 13% more biogas production if added to a manure for biogas. And in Denmark, it's good product already in the high demand. However, they explore new opportunities for protein for human consumption, additional use for side streams like building material, insulation, and the textile industry. And in Netherlands, the feasibility study was accomplished. They look for a company to license the technology and scale up, explore business models with multiple digesters for large-scale production, as Gosse was saying earlier. And in Germany, more development is needed and the right business model. Now, Philip was talking about the readiness results and how much they progress. But if we look here, I think also the business model are directly linked to how far the technologies and where they are. So the closer to system complete and system qualify, the more variation and the more potential for different business models arise. The key learnings is that one size business model does not fit all. We've seen that also. You need to adapt the business model to the business conditions, and partnership and local networks are key for success. Namely, in a supply chain, multiple businesses can develop based on product, service, or technology, like I highlighted before. So based on that partnership in the demos, I think you already saw that. So in Sweden, the partnership between farmers, research center, and university. In Denmark, collaboration between farmers association, the university, a network for organizations with food and bioresources sector, food and biocluster. In the Netherlands, research centers, paper factory and farmers association, and in Germany, research institute, or nature park, biochar producers and farmers. Without them, none of this could have been possible today. So we're going back to, what do you think? Business model versus product. I think I let you contemplate a little bit about this. And so basically, business model is not rocket science. You need to understand who the customer are, secure the solution, addresses the real customer needs, and seamless delivery for the solution to the customers is really important. And then you need to capture part of the value created for the customer into an income stream to the company. So yeah, that's it. Thank you. I was fast, yeah.
Good, you're a star. Thank you. Thank you, Carmen. So that was the first presentation in this block that we had, looking into the different business models of the demos. So the demos that you've seen earlier today, and the business models that were analyzed, developed and analyzed around that. We will now move to obviously related subjects on the value chains, and we have Eugene giving us insights on the analysis related to that from the Progress project.
Yeah, thank you very much, Katarina, for the nice introduction. My name is Hyunjin Park. I'm from ATV in Potsdam, Germany. Can I start? Okay, great. So I'm happy to present the key findings from the work package 6, namely the innovative value chain. And here I'm speaking on behalf of the work package leader and task leaders. Yes, so in the work package, we wanted to answer 2 questions. First of all, what are right. Okay, what are the key drivers to the development of the demo value chains? And second, how can the demo value chain learn from each other? So we adopted the value chain approach, and I think the value chain approach offered a holistic whole system perspective from the grassland management to the use of the consumption of the final product, and it allowed us to spot what are the incompatibilities that exist in the value chain, what is missing or what is ready and what is not ready. It also offered really nice opportunities for cross-fertilization so that the value chain can learn from each other, adapt from each other, and be more optimized. I think you have already seen it in the previous presentations that the demos started to learn from each other. And finally, we also think that this approach served as a nice communication and public stakeholder engagement tool. So the value chain approach was used in different stakeholder engagement opportunities. And there the stakeholders could locate themselves where they belong to, where they see the problems, opportunities, and challenges that were later incorporated in the demo development. So here's a short, simple overview of the progress in the work package. So we started with the analysis of 4 demo value chains, and then later this was validated with the demo partners and all the other relevant stakeholders. And then to answer our second question, to optimize the demo value chain by learning from each other. We shuffled the demo value chains a little bit, which I will explain in a bit. And then the result of the shuffling became the basis of the demo decision-making tool, which will be later introduced by Hercules from the Agricultural University of Athens. So I think there is an echo. All right, no worries. So I'd like to shortly talk about the key drivers to the value chain development. These are the lessons learned. First of all, we found out that a strong demand side pull and the good market opportunities play a very important role. This gives the stakeholders and value chain actors certain level of certainty to participate in the demo value chain. This can be driven by policy development or or the consumers, their growing awareness, or this can be also driven by supply chain issues. We found that this is very important. And added to that, there is common understanding of the value chain actors about the visions and opportunities of the value chain is also very important. Of course, the demo value chain actors, they have very different interests of their own, but their common understanding about what kind of value that the value chain wants to develop, wants to deliver. For example, use of regional resources or rural development, value creation in the rural area. This can unite them and facilitate the value chain development. Added to that, of course, trust among the value chain actors is also very important because the value chain development is really a long process, sometimes with fluctuation, with lots of tests and co-learning. And what we've also found is the advancement in and really a good demonstration of key technology is very much important. For instance, in the processing of the feedstock or biorefining stage, this can provide a certainty to different value chain actors to participate in the value chain. And for this, a good communication with the value chain actors is important. Of course, on the one hand side, early engagement of the stakeholders is important, but on the other hand side, the communication should be very tangible. So if it involves like a product that people can test, see, and touch and feel, that become even more effective and can motivate them to participate in the demo value chains. Another important point is the innovative coordination model that plays a very important role. So in order to, for example, ensure the continuous supply of the biomass across the whole year, or to make the plant run as long as possible or as much as possible, sometimes there is a need for very innovative coordination between the biomass suppliers and the processors. And for this, we also think that collaborative learning to enhance the compatibility between the value chain components is very important. This can be done by mutual experiments or constant information exchange. And this, at the end, facilitates the value chain development. And also very important is this should not only happen in the main demo value chain, as well as side stream chains. Another achievement in the work pack 6 is the development of integrated value chain. You have already seen that there were very nice collaborations between the different demo value chains, and we were inspired by this and kind of try to shuffle the value chain components so that to figure out if we can find even more optimized value chains. So what we did was that we put all the demo value chain components under different stages into one bag, basically, and try to mix and match them. And that looks more or less like this. And then we try to find out if these value chains make sense and has a potential to be further investigated. So first of all, we listed potential integrated value chain, we call it, and with the help of the work package 4, economic, social, and environmental impact assessment, and with the consultation of the demo partners, we have listed the 3 value chains. You can see on the right-hand side, which combines protein and biochar, paper and biochar, and protein and paper that we see has a potential which might be feasible and which is worth to be further investigated. And the result became the decision support tool. So the rural entrepreneurs or anybody else who is interested in the grass-based business model and value chain, they can go try the tool to find out, explore the 3 integrated value chain, as well as the demo value chains, and try to find out if their idea matches the value chain ideas, and evaluate the viability of their grass-based project. So I'm wrapping up here. We have so far found out many innovations in the 4 demo value chains, as well as the 3 integrated value chains. But we also think that there are many innovation potentials that can be exploited in the future, and that can come from processing of side streams, use of new technology, organization of suppliers and processing entities, and also targeting new markets. So yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Eugene. We have one short presentation to go before we then also open for questions and answers. So that's also, again, to our online audience, the request. If you have questions to the presenters you just heard or that we will hear now, use the Slido link that you had received in the earlier session and connect to that and put your questions in there. So Ian, the last presentation goes to you, and we're going to hear from you about the replication, of course, of all of the stuff that we heard from the demos, how that can be done, how it potentially can be done in different parts of Europe. And we had in the project, just as a reminder, 3 replication followers. So from Romania, from Hungary, and from Spain. And we hear from Ian, his experience.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting us to deliver a very short speech. I understand the time constraints. I'll try to be shorter than I want to be. I'm not sure though. I tend to speak a lot. I will not go too much into why Romania, which a really important grassland was part of this project. Just wanted to thank on behalf of our president, Ion Toncha, and the Romanian team, which is pretty sizable here, for inviting us into the project. And I want to tell you a few things about the opportunities that we had in Romania. First of all, it's ARAD, the organization that I represent here, is not only strategically, but only practically positioned in the field of research and promoting sustainable agriculture in Romania. A second partner that I also represent here is a small NGO in a rural area in Romania. It's called the Paper Mill, the old Paper Mill actually, which is a social enterprise working around crafts and striving to create sustainable resources for community development. Part of what we do in Comana in Romania, which is south of Bucharest, is to have a small-scale paper-making production using the old technology of making paper by hand. Now, coming back to the project, we had, of course, the workshops, and we discussed about the Dutch demo and what can we do in Romania in order to replicate the Dutch demo. We had a series of 2 workshops, one with a very important presence from the Dutch demo and their partnership appear. And the second one where we discussed also other potential implications of using grass like biochar or compost. In the meantime, we did some research on several grasses like miscanthus, canary grass, but also tomato stems and so on, and trying to test also the economic part of creating paper from grass. We did some small scale tests with miscanthus and canary grass. So to see the two pictures that you see down there is on the left side, the first stage of processing canary grass. And on the right side, of course, it's white on white. You can't really see, but you can guess that there are three papers there. One is with 100% canary grass cellulose, the second is 50%, and the third is 25%. As an example and as a test to see how Romanians would perceive the idea of having paper with grass cellulose content in it. Now, going further, I'll come back to the implications of our tests. Going further, we have identified farmers who could provide different type of grasses for the use. In order to start a replication, a concrete replication, of course, there's a processing facility that needs to be created, maybe us, maybe somebody else, following what GoGrass demo, Dutch demo has done, and with significant support from it. Then the processing facility, following the examples that Jose was giving earlier, would go the cellulose, would send the cellulose to the paper company and then create some products that would go to the end customers. For example, in Romania, we identified and we had some approaches towards big companies that tend to be more eco-conscious, more interested into incorporating in their supply chain products that have also an ecological component. Now, more concrete, what can we do next? What could happen in Romania following the end of this project? We need to identify and look to research more the sources of cellulose from grass. Look closer to what are the needs of our customers, what type of paper products, not necessarily writing paper, but also maybe packaging, high quality paper for art students and so on. And then, of course, look into the economic efficiency of producing cellulose from paper and other type of paper products from grass cellulose. Economically, based on our experiment, although we had a really interesting example of a client who bought something that had miscanthus paper incorporated into it, we realized that for the moment in our country, it is not economically feasible to start a private investment into a processing facility of grass and transforming it into cellulose. So the next step is to look further, as Jose was saying, there is the need for more funding into at least starting up, creating the capacity to process cellulose, and then maybe, if all the calculations are done right, maybe it would be economically feasible to go with the project, to create a product, but starting the project has to have funding from other sources than from farmers or other type of private entities in Romania. And of course, needless to say, we need a significant technical support from the team here, and not only on the practical and technical side, but also on the value chains and all the things that we have discussed until now. That will be all. And just a short joke, you would imagine that I would have a normal profile picture here. Actually, instead, I put one when I was actually doing a research in a paper factory, recycled paper factory in Austria for the project. So that's why you see me here dressed with that yellow thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan. And I must say it suits you, so it looks nice. And a little more colorful, I think, than most of us wear today. We're now moving into the question and answer bit. So if you have any questions related to the three presentations we just heard, so the one that we had at the beginning about the business models in the demos, but of course also on the value chains and the different combinations possible, And also, if you want to know more about the replication in Romania, do let us know. Raise your hand. Of course, we'll also turn to the online participants if there are any questions, if they put that in. But I'll first see if there's anybody from the room that has a question. Anybody on the business? Yeah. Thank you, Natalie.
Thank you. Just a clarification from the value chain work. Was it correct that the Swedish demo was not coupled to any of the other demos?
Can you just make sure that the microphone moves over? Thank you. Otherwise, they don't hear you online.
Well, so we when we shuffle the value chains, we were and we ended up with like 10 value chains that of course included the Swedish value chain. And then we based on the work package 4 result and the consultation from some demo leaders about basic feasibility, we ended up the 3, but there are full assessment of different demo value chains in the deliverable. Yeah.
So plenty of material to read. Is it already available? Yes, wonderful. And we have one more question in the back. Could you introduce yourself? Because people online have not heard your voice.
Sure. Hello, my name is Astrid Severin. I work for Green Matters. I have a question with regard to the paper production. Is it only paper for writing or packaging that you're looking at, or are you also looking into replacing single-use plastics, for example, for, paper plates, for example? I've seen this with banana residues being made very successfully. Would grass be like an alternative to that as well?
So that's a question to the Dutch demo, I'm assuming. Who will pick that up? Okay.
Yeah, that's true. So especially, so there is a follow-up project where Acres is involved, is about using it for the packaging material, and so therefore no, it's quite broader. But also paper is not the same. So schutpapier intends to start with the drawing paper, so the artistic paper, and then you have different colors and you have different quantities. So there are more possible, at least packaging paper and cartons.
Thank you, Jose, for that clarification. Yeah, I'm just going to, let's take the question down first, so you don't have to walk that far. Then there's also one in the back.
Hello, I'm Flora Mayer. I'm working for Valbiom, which is the biomass, the association of the biomass valorization here in Belgium. My question was about the business model. So you were showing that you were analyzing different type of grassland, and did you analyze a bit more the aspect of the collection, the logistic for the different type of grass?
Is that you, Carmen, or?
Yeah, I think maybe the whole value chain. I think those aspects have been in depth analyzed in all the demos. So yeah, we have. I just didn't put it like the transportation or but yes.
And that information can be found?
There are several different deliverables. I think
But I think then maybe we make the connection in the break, so you get the pointers on where to look. I think that might be helpful with the dozens of deliverables that we have. You want to react to that straight away? Okay.
Just as a hint, there was one deliverable looking at the components, technical components in the value chain, including logistics, so on. This was led by Acres, right? Work package 2, so you could. I think it's not a public deliverable, but you can discuss.
Luckily, they're sitting next to each other, so good connection. There was a question in the back, Natalie, sorry, to make you walk that far.
Hi, my name is Victor Boga. I'm from Spain. I'm organic farmer. And I look interested in the paper fibers product. I can imagine not only from grass, for other things that I could collect or harvest or clean in the forest or in wild zones in my farm. For bedding for the animals, I can use directly the thing I collect. But another use possible is I don't know if you have studied to make a kind of layer for weeding in horticulture, because it's interesting to have a organic layer, biodegradable, to put as a layer in tomatoes or other vegetables, but I cannot do it in my farm. It's a value chain that could be looked for, because I need it, for example, for horticulture instead of plastic layers.
So an inspiration, anybody from the project? I see a lot of nodding, but anybody, any reaction? Any addition, any thoughts? No, so you gave some food for thought there. So thank you for that addition. Any other questions from the room? Online? No, not quite. Okay. Yeah. I'm just going to get Uffe as 1 point, and then Philip, last words go to you.
Yeah, my name is Uffe Jørgensen from Aarhus University in Denmark. It was a question for Ian. You mentioned Miscanthus a few times, and you also mentioned a company that might be doing something. Could you say anything about the technical quality of Miscanthus for paper making, and maybe also about that business? Is that developing or not?
Yes, we are using. Is this on? Yeah. We are using Miscanthus from a research institute in Fundula, close by, which was cultivated for different purposes, including sheltering crops from wind. We have taken this Miscanthus, different types of green or dried already, and we have tested it, and we made 2 types of paper with Miscanthus. Please keep in mind that we are manufacturing it. So it's paper made by hand. We did Miscanthus with insertions, like Jose was telling, that there's one option to put something into the paper, into the cellulose that you already have. And we have used recycled cellulose from office paper that we are producing small scale ourselves. And the second one was we had cellulose from Miscanthus. And we created a product which was a notebook. The cover of the notebook was made with paper, recycled paper and Miscanthus paper. And that product we were able to propose. It is through the representative office of the European Commission. They were very open to accepting almost anything that we would propose to them as a souvenir that they could give to others. So we made a small series of 500 of those notebooks that incorporate only the cover with Miscanthus paper, and of course mention the project and all the other elements. And it was an interesting success, but I can tell you that we couldn't have had other client, a commercial client, because they would have not accepted the price, which was really, really high because everything was handmade.
Quality comes with a price, no? Okay. Philip, you have a final word here.
More as a comment than it's a question, because I see several questions coming up related to, can we use this for other purposes than the ones presented here? Or also, can we use other resources instead of grass? So we actually discussed this in the project, and many project partners were interested in also exploring, let's say, other resources besides grass, and there is potential, but at some point in the project we decided we want to focus on the grass. Yeah, but maybe the demo leaders now or in the break want to add anything about this. I know there was a discussion about using tomato steam leaves for paper production in Romania, and even I think the Danish partners were testing some material coming from Africa to extract the proteins and a few more. So in these deliverables about the value chains and optimizing the value chains, we also looked a little bit beyond the grass as a basic material. But this, I think, is also an opportunity for further project initiatives in the future. So I don't know if anybody wants to add on this, or maybe during the break.
Thank you, Philip. Nice open invitation for further collaboration. Great. We have one block that we want to go through before lunch, which is an introduction into the GoGrass tools. So why did the project develop tools? Because we think, of course, there's a lot of learnings and a lot of insights and ideas developed by the project, but it shouldn't, of course, stop here. It should actually inspire other people to take this up. It should help them. It should guide them through the process of maybe identifying business opportunities themselves, writing a business plan, all of these opportunities. And for that, the project already from the onset had the plan to develop a number of tools. There were, as you can imagine, in a 4.5-year project, of course, some variations and deviations from that in, I have no idea how that works. Thank you. Okay, thanks. But in the end, there are 9 tools developed by the project. 9 very different tools developed by different partners in the project with different purposes and different target audiences. So there isn't a logical path that you have to do them all in order to come up with your own business made from grass. No, but it can help you in any shape or form as a farmer, as a decision maker, as somebody interested in research, as somebody interested in new products, to really come closer to understanding what it is and what you can do with it. So you have the overview of all of these 9 tools on the slide. We will go into depth for 3 of them with some short presentations. But what will actually happen during lunch is that outside you'll have a table where you can meet the tool developers. So even for the tools that you will not hear in detail more now, you can ask questions, you can look into the booklet, you can get more explanations of what these tools can do for you, and maybe in the future also what you can do and play with around in these tools. But for the tools that we're now going to have in presentation, we have 3 actually. We're going to take a little bit of a journey because we're going to start with the business environment profiling tool. So you have that on the top right there on the slide, which does really give a first glimpse into the gaps in the business environment. So it's a starting point, right? We'll then continue with the decision support tool, which obviously, as the name says, helps you in taking a decision. It supports you in taking a decision whether or not to go for a certain option or not. And lastly, in the in-depth presentation, we'll have the business plan writer. What does it do? It helps you write a business plan. So I think we've been very descriptive in our tool names, but it is one of the journeys that you could take in order to get a potential grass-based business running. So let's start with the first one. And that means I'm going to ask Richard to the front, and let's hear more about the business environment.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm joyful to be here with you in person, and I'm also grateful to be able to present this tool, which we call the business environment tool. So as you've learned today, one of the strengths of GoGrass that also differentiates this project from other actions is the focus on business development and replication. So this tool began to be developed in the Rubismo project, which was the project that came before GoGrass. And we realized the importance of understanding the external factors to a business. So since our focus is business development, you are aware that businesses not just happen and they don't operate in a vacuum, but they are affected by some external factors. So in the Rubismo project, this framework was developed. I cannot go into detail there because of time, but basically it characterizes the business environment and specifies 7 sub-arenas that you can see here in the middle. And it tries to characterize and describe these interactions between the business and the business environments. So this tool has the specific objective to identify gaps in the business environment of the grass-based businesses we've developed in GoGrass, and also to define measures and guidelines to address these gaps. Yes, so the format of this tool, it contains 2 main sections, we may call it. So the first is actually an online survey in which the participants that will take part on this workshop are invited to complete a very short survey, which I will present the questions after this. And this is followed by a workshop in which the stakeholders have an opportunity to get together and discuss in detail the aspects important to their specific business. The end users of this tool, we believe, are any actor which is shaping the business environment of the demonstration sites and the follower cases. So it's a multi-stakeholder approach, and one of the ideas is to provide this platform from different perspectives to share their insights and points of views. So the specific objectives, I've briefly mentioned them, to bring stakeholders together to identify drivers or hindrances for the development of the businesses, and finally to propose solutions or guidelines to overcome the challenges that are identified in this process. So the first step is this survey, as I mentioned. So basically this survey, when we invite the stakeholders to take part on this activity, we share with them a survey via email, and we ask them to just tell us in general, how would they rate the level of support from the business environment, just from low, medium, very high, or also to rate in which sub-arenas do they think they need more support. We also try to get an overview of the stakeholders, which will take part in the later stage of the workshop. So I just put here an example. This was the workshop we held in Romania, in which, yes, 42%, almost half, was part of the research development, but we also had some entrepreneurs and some business support agency. The second step of the tool is the workshop. So we get together and we sit to develop specific and adapted guidelines to improve the support of level of the business environment. So already the survey gives us a rough overview idea of what are the challenges, but the next step is to really go deeper. Yes. The workshop is clearly explained in one of the deliverables. We also have a manual for that, but basically we begin by introducing the process, profiling the current status. Then we develop a space, you can call it, in the Mural app, in which everything can be documented on real time. And at the end, we just gather and we wrap up, and we after the workshop, when we have a look, analyze, and synthesize its results, and ideally we share the findings and insights to the stakeholders who gave their time. This is a picture to the right of the workshop we held in Lugo, one of our follower cases. This was a very nice experience. I cannot, in the interest of time, I cannot go deeper into the Mural app, but as was mentioned before, we can talk about that after in the break. But basically, this table represents what we can achieve and the findings that we can get here through this workshop. So I gave here the example of the Danish demo. So as you can see in the project, usually we are focusing on the challenges, and all the demos and all the different stakeholders have different challenges. But the main goal here is not only to talk about the challenges, but to go beyond to identify what are the causes, the roots of these challenges, and in the last stage to come together and think about solutions. So according to each of the sub-arenas, yeah. So for example, in the Danish case, I will just maybe use the first one in funding. So one of the challenges are the high interest rates for farmers and for the production. And we see one of the causes at the level of the European Union is that there are also this applies to many other contexts, that there are often competing funding priorities. So we have several economic and environmental issues that they all require their attention. But there is not infinite funding for all of them. So there is usually the need to really identify the most promising ones. And one solution that the Danish case proposed and which they are doing at the moment are they are conducting feasibility studies in different regions in Denmark where will be most promising to establish these green biorefineries. So if you have this, you already have a scientific proof or scientific background that can at least give you a hint that the business will become successful. I will just hint towards the market structure for a Danish demo. So we see, okay, there's a high demand, but at the same time, it's uncertain because we still have the price difference between soy and grass and other aspects. We see the cause of this is the market dominance of traditional protein products. And one solution that was mentioned in the workshop, which is a radical solution, but might be very promising, is the radical and simply banning the import of soy. This will, of course, raise attention to find new ways to fill this gap. And another solution was to just try to match the prices, yes, between soy and other sources of protein. So I will be happy, and some colleagues from the ATV will also be available to answer any question or go in details with this. With this, I just thank you, and if you want to know more, you can reach us anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, for that sneak peek into the tool. Obviously, there is a lot more that it can do, and there's a lot more substance to it. So if you want to find out more, please visit the stand in the lunch break. We have one more tool that we want to get a sneak peek from, and that is the decision support tool. So Hercule, if you could come to the front and then give us a sneak peek on that tool.
Hello, good afternoon. Nice to meet you all. Thanks for the opportunity to present the decision support tool here at this very nice final event. Hyunjin, thank you very much for the excellent teaser for the presentation of the tool. It's very nice to meet you all. So I will try to give you an overview of the very nice journey we started some months ago together with the GoGrass team in order to create this decision support tool, which doesn't have the purpose of supporting people in writing business plans, but rather creating and evaluating value chain scenarios. So with my presentation, I will give you some details about the process we followed. I have some screenshots of the tool itself. We may probably have the time to do a very quick demo, to show a very quick demo of the tool itself. In any case, you will have the opportunity to explore the tool yourselves as well, and we can also go through some more details during the lunch break. But first, let me say very quickly, without stealing any glory from the presentation of the tool, a few things about our team. I represent the Agricultural University of Athens. We are not a direct partner in the GoGrass project. We entered the project as a subcontractor in order to develop this tool. We have a multidisciplinary team covering a wide range of expertise, with precision agriculture being at the core of our expertise, but also working in robotics, computer vision, business development and stakeholder behavioral analysis, and of course, software development. This is the hat I'm wearing today in order to present you the work we did together with the GoGrass team in the development of this tool. A few words about the concept. So, as I told you, the idea was to provide guidance and support to people wanting to explore value chain ideas and scenarios, and also provide some feedback to those people in order to validate the credibility of their ideas for value chain scenarios. And in order to do so, we had to base the logic of this decision support tool on critical success factors that were identified and described the value chain scenarios developed in the project. Of course, such a tool would be useless if there was no assessment of the idea created by the user. And in order to do so, the discussions we had and the decisions we made was to provide both, let's say, a quantitative result of the idea of the user in the form of a rating scale as it was eventually implemented, but also provide some more detailed feedback, letting people know what went well, what didn't work that well with the creation of their scenarios, and give them some hints about what could be improved. With this very nice and dazzling picture, I would like to show you how we more or less worked during those past few months. What I could say is that we delved into a process of exploring ideas, brainstorming. There was a lot of testing through a trial and error approach. Lots of work took place in the context of that box named algorithm development. That was all the work we did in order to do the conceptual design of the tool, the development of the logic of the tool. Something that we all need to know is that when it comes to software, we are mostly attracted by what we see and the screens we use in order to interact with the tool. But it's more than that. It's the logic behind the tool. And without a logic that will create some outcomes, a nice interface is useless. So most of our work related to that part. We explored ideas, we investigated solutions, we did conceptual design, we evaluated our ideas and assumptions before moving to the next big step in our work, which was the design of the user experience. That user experience design is exactly what we mean with the design of the screens and all the functionalities that the user will interact with. And of course, the design was followed up by the actual development of the tool and the testing. The double, let's say, sided arrows indicate that in some cases we had to do some backs and forths in order to test some assumptions and validate them. And all that work led to the actual release of the tool, which is already available online and can be accessed by everyone. So we brainstormed quite a lot. We had quite many meetings. I was very happy to join some of them. After some point, a colleague of mine continued the leading of those meetings from the side of our team. And of course, we used quite many online tools to exchange those ideas and to test our assumptions and do the brainstorming. So as soon as you visit our decision support tool, this is the screen you see. It was also shown in the presentation of Hyunjin. You can see the URL down there at the bottom right corner of the slide. This is the URL you can use in order to access the tool itself. As you can see, there is an overview of how the process works, what are the main steps. And of course, by clicking the Let's Begin button, you can start creating your idea. So the whole process is made up of concrete steps. In each step, there is specific guidance that is provided. You can have an overview of the step you are currently at, return back, restart the process itself. So it's not that if I make a mistake, everything is destroyed and I cannot start the creation of a scenario all over again. The first step is about the selection of a product. And as part of the product selection, in some cases, I also have the opportunity to select a byproduct related to a grass-based value chain. And after making those selections, I continue with the next steps, which guide me through the process of the scenario creation. I respond to specific questions with a yes or no. I have the option to reset the response I have provided in a question in order to, if I have changed my mind. The info buttons you can see on the left side of each question provide some extra help and support. And by clicking on the Need Help link appearing at the bottom, at the top of the list of questions, I may have access to the manual of the tool for some more guidance about how to use it. Of course, there is extra information on the right side of the screen and a disclaimer at the bottom. After I finish the supply of responses to all questions, I get a final result. This is the final rating that you can see at the bottom right corner of the screen, the rating of the overall idea, but there is more detailed information I am provided in order to see how my scenario went in terms of complying with the critical factors or not. And of course, some additional considerations I should keep in mind in case I want to actually explore such a value chain idea. The feedback result can also be downloaded as a PDF document and used, skimmed through at my own convenience. Now, During our discussions, we identified these target groups that could benefit from the use of the tool. I will not go in detail through all the text in this document, but what I can tell you is that agricultural consultants and advisors, innovation intermediaries, and specialized farmers have been identified as the core target groups of the tool, without that meaning that researchers, educators, trainers, and policymakers are not groups of people who could also benefit from its use. In any case, as an overall, let's say, comment, we could say that the main benefit from the use of that tool is the actual investigation of scenarios that may already be implemented in practice or scenarios that could be implemented, and of course, investigation of research ideas and their viability. Several challenges had to be faced. The challenge that I would like to focus the most is that of the actual development of the logic behind the tool, how the tool would work and how it would provide feedback and support to the users. Before closing my presentation, I want to say a big thank you to the whole GoGrass team. Natalie, apologies if I am missing anyone. I also need to thank the whole team. I also need to thank my colleagues a lot, Anna, Alexandra, Georgina, Vasilis, Pothitos, and Michalis, who worked in the development of the tool. It will be a pleasure to see you during the break and respond to any questions. Thank you very much. I don't know if we will have the time to do a quick...
Not now, unfortunately, but if somebody's interested, I guess you can do
Perfect.
it in the break, right?
Thank you so very much.
Yes. Thank you so much. So you now know where to find Hatu, the lovely gentleman in the yellow sweater. So if you want to get a tour of the tool, he has his laptop with him. So I'm sure he can give you one during the break. We have one more tool that we want to take a sneak peek into. And Anna, you're already here. Wonderful. The business plan writer tool, which we also just get just a glimpse of what it can do.
Exactly. So I prepared a short presentation, but I'm going to skip it and get into the tool straight away so you can see how it works and what are the functionalities. I can go around it. I hope you can all see. This is me logged into the tool. So this is the landing page that greets me, and you can see I have a plan created. This is a tool developed for seasoned or new entrepreneurs, trainers, to help turn their ideas into reality and incorporate all the many elements of business planning into one plan. And for that, we created this tool where you can create many additional business plans, so you can work on multiple ones at the same time. And as you can see, you see the progress of your business plan. I'm at 4%, so I'm not doing very great. As we are clicking on it, you see there are the business plan writer module and the budget module. These are the two main, so to say, most important parts of this tool. The business plan writer tool, as we are now, this is the one which helps you write a narrative, helps you put together the many elements. And if we scroll down, then we can see that we made 5 main areas of business modeling. These are the 5 areas that we identified as the most important to put together a comprehensive business plan. And each of the 5 sections have different elements underneath it. And we can start completing them. If we click on the ones that I've set as completed, you can see that on the left side, we have writing space. This actually works as a Word document. You can write here, add tables, pictures, and so on. And on the right side, there are some theoretical background that you can read. This is also complemented with some pictures, so it's easy for you to understand what this section needs to include. And if you're ready, you can save your progress. And this is the one that will go into this progress section with 4%. So after you feel or during your business plan writing progress, you can jump into the budget module. Now, this budget module was something that we added during GoGrass project because we had some requests on turning the narrative into monetary terms, so to say. And here we have also the very same structure with main columns and subsections underneath. And the main types that we are asking from you are cost and revenue types. And then we are asking you to fill in these numbers for your upcoming years to kind of get an assumption of how your business could look like. Because after you fill in, it might take a while, but after you fill in, you can see an overview and illustrations of your results. And then it's very easy to see if you need additional funding, what will be your liquidity challenges and so on. And you can choose for yearly, or at the very end, you also have monthly liquidity overview. I think these are the main functions very, very quickly. I will be at the tool table outside. So if you want to delve into deeper, see all the sections and elements, I'm going to be outside with my laptop, so you can also click around and figure out how it works.
Thank you also to Anna, and also thank you for that invitation. So yes, so we completed our second part of the journey. So not only did we learn this morning more about the GoGrass demos, their successes, their lessons, we also now learned and saw what can be done based on that knowledge. So the tools that were developed, but of course also the many interesting documents that the project has come up with, which of course are available, and you heard there will be more even that you can peruse. So thank you for this part. We're now going to have a lunch. After lunch, we're continuing the journey and we're going to reach out. We're actually going to look what could be potential pathways that we can build on for the future. What does that mean for policy? So we're really going to continue the discussion and broadening our scope beyond the GoGrass project. Now, during lunch, as you heard, there's going to be a tools stand just opposite the exit or entrance, however you see from here. So you can find the tool developers there, get more information, get to look at the tools online if you want to. But of course, there's also going to be lunch. So there's actually going to be food available for you to consume. We'll continue at 1:30. And if you have not done so, do reach out to Stefan and Kimberly to indicate your preferences for the meals tomorrow. Please don't forget that, because they need that information. Otherwise, they order for you, and I'm not quite sure that that's what you want. So do reach out to them, and we are back at 1:30. Please enjoy your lunch and enjoy the networking and getting to know the tools.
So I think we're going to start. Again, thank you for half finishing your lunch and coming to join us, but it's been arranged, as I said, the food will still be there for afterwards to have with the drink, so that's amazing. And I'd like to welcome you back for the afternoon session. Is it the final session? No, but it's one that's, I think Katerina mentioned earlier, that we're taking you on a journey. Well, this is not the end of the journey. This is going to be talking more about the future and how we take everything we've learned on our journey and take it more into the future. And this session is going to be a combination of some amazing speakers, and then we're actually going to go to a panel discussion as well. So without further ado, I would like to invite, we've got a mix. Some people couldn't get here because of the Lufthansa flight and things like that. So there's a slight change. So we've got people online and in the room. And I'd like to introduce our first speaker. You can't see his face because we've got the presentation. And he is Thomas Kalowski from the European Commission. So, Thomas, if you would like to start off this session, and thank you and welcome, Thomas.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, indeed, my name is Tomasz Calikowski from the European Commission, and I will be happy to give you a presentation regarding bioeconomy and how the topic of your project, GRASS, fits into this from both perspectives of bio-based and bioeconomy, but also looking on agricultural issues. And here I am happy to say that in the presentation there are some slides, few slides that were provided by colleagues from DG Agri, who I understand could not join the event on site. And also from my side, let me say that I apologize for not being able to join you in person. I'm in Brussels currently, but it is a very busy period now, and we have a number of parallel events and meetings, and I will mention some of them in my presentation. So maybe we can go to the next slide. Yes, and just start because this is a very packed session with many presentations. So just to start with some conclusions, and then we will expand them and go into the events. On bioeconomy, of course, this doesn't come as a surprise to you. I mean, you operate within the context of bioeconomy, but just to say a few words on the definition of bioeconomy. It is really this holistic perspective with sustainability at the center, a concept that aims to identify win-win solutions and also resolve trade-offs, because obviously when we look on the provision of biomass and how it is used, and how food security is provided, how we adapt and mitigate the climate change, how we address the contribution from nature, so nature positive bio-based solutions, and at the same time, of course, addressing the European competitiveness, rural development, not leaving people in these conditions and behind, and also how the European Green Deal can fit into this definition of bioeconomy. So we consider that there is actually a very good complementarity between these concepts, also with circular economy. Dealing with non-biological parts of circularity. Of course, bioeconomy is circular by nature. And this all can deliver solutions to defossilize the industry, especially chemical industry. So greening, providing more sustainable production systems, and of course, engaging all stakeholders in this process. And in fact, there are many opportunities to support this concept in the current framework program, Horizon Europe, especially Cluster 6 that deals with bioeconomy, but also Circular Bio-Based Europe Joint Undertaking is one specific tool that I will also mention later in the presentation that supports circular bioeconomy, bio-based innovation, and also environmental aspects that are considered. So we can go to the next slide. And just to expand on this, bioeconomy is a very important sector of European Union economy, in terms of jobs and economic contribution to the share of GDP. Without going into all the details of those sectors, but of course we have more or less traditional sectors like agriculture, forestry, fishing, or food production. But there is also high potential of innovation in these sectors, and also new sectors that emerge. For instance, looking on the potential of bio-based products through biomanufacturing, so production of bio-based materials such as textiles, packaging, cosmetics, building material, but also opportunities, new opportunities that emerge with, for instance, carbon farming, that is also relevant to the scope of your project, of course. And high job creation potential, especially again in the rural and coastal areas, and primary producers are very much in scope here, and this deployment opportunity is very much appreciated. So we can go to the next slide. And bioeconomy strategy is not exactly a very new policy that was updated in 2018. Again, having sustainability, circularity, cross-sectorial approach, and 3 priorities were part of this strategy on bio-based sectors, local bioeconomies, and importantly, understanding the ecological boundaries and protection of biosphere. So there were concrete actions identified in the bioeconomy strategy that are listed on the right-hand side for all these 3 blocks of actions. We can go to the next slide. And this is indeed the process how bioeconomy strategy policy was developing in Europe since 2012, actually, when the first bioeconomy strategy was adopted. then moving to the updated bioeconomy strategy that we have still today. Actually coming slightly before the European Green Deal was adopted, but fitting very well into the transition to green and just economy under European Green Deal. In 2019, we can maybe click one more or twice. Indeed, maybe one more time, please. And one more. Thank you. Indeed. So in 2019, Council conclusions led to the adoption of the Bioeconomy Progress Report in 2022, concluding that additional focus is needed in terms of biosphere stewardship strategy, how to resolve pressures on land and sea, especially on biomass, and then also on consumption-based framework, especially finding ways to reduce the consumption of biological resources, which are not sustainable at the moment. Also, 2023, so last year, the European Council on Bioeconomy called on the Commission to present an updated bioeconomy strategy and action plan. And this is based on the progress report, but also on the new policy developments, and I will mention some of them because actually these days some inputs are expected on this potential update of bioeconomy strategy in the next under the next Commission. So we can move to the next slide. Bioeconomy strategies, of course, are regional and they are also developed on national level. So I will not spend too much time on this slide, but just to highlight that this development is happening, of course, also on the ground, and many national and regional and also macro-regional strategies support different developments in bioeconomy. This all adapted to national or local conditions and reflecting on the opportunities on the ground. And again, different types of strategies have been developed. So we can go to the next slide. And now moving to the connection of bioeconomy and the common agricultural policy, we see that there is a strong connection in the priorities, and actually for the first time in the common agricultural policy, bioeconomy is included directly in the objectives of common agricultural policy, and this is then reflected in the national CAP plans, which also supports the strategic thinking that needs to go in the development of bioeconomy policies. We can go, and of course other policies that are listed here, including climate change, environmental concerns, preservation of landscapes. So all these aspects are holistically included in the picture. We can go to the next slide. And indeed also these bioeconomies as mentioned. Now, in terms of agricultural research and innovation, it is supported also in Horizon Europe program. And actually, my understanding is that the project Go Grass has been supported also through this intervention area on agriculture and rural development. And here we see that the operational groups that are working on regional and national levels and also European and international research innovation projects that are funded under Horizon Europe are working on similar issues related to agriculture, forestry, and rural areas. So we have a multi-actor approach that is implemented in many of these projects together also, and this is also done under the EIP Agri, so the partnership Agri that requires the participation of a variety of actors, farmers, industry representatives, consumers, advisors, researchers. So there is a complementarity in this process. because different skills and different knowledge are needed in the development of innovative solutions. Overall, wherever possible, Horizon Europe projects should involve operational groups, which, of course, are acting in different places in Europe and on different subjects. So we can go to the next slide. Then maybe some words on the current focus in the bio-based innovation in terms of European policies that are connected to bioeconomy. That may be also important for the scope of future work coming from the project. As you know, there is a new legislative proposal on plants produced by certain new genomic techniques. That is a topic that aims to balance the precautionary principle under the current GMO regulations, but also give space to more innovation and opportunities also to develop more sustainable and more available biomass, mostly for food and feed, but also for other applications, industrial applications included. Then there is a strategic technologies for Europe platform proposed to support biotechnology and biomanufacturing. And finally, a topic that is also very keeping us very busy actually now at the moment in the Commission is the preparation to the new communication on biotechnology and biomanufacturing, which is in preparation and should be published actually next week by 20th of March, a topic in which biotechnology is recognized as providing opportunities to also European bioeconomy and broadly going beyond health applications, covering industrial biotechnology, but also other sectors such as, for instance, marine and indeed plant biotechnology is covered there as well. So stay tuned to this upcoming communication. Next slide, please. Now a few words about the connection to the partnership that I mentioned at the beginning. So Circular Bio-Based Europe Partnership, which is a public-private partnership between the European Union and the bio-based industry, which operates under Horizon Europe, and it provides significant opportunities for the bio-based sector, including also sector looking on the opportunities based on rural biomass value chains, and of course all feedstocks that go into biorefining can also include green grass. So then this feedstock is very much in scope of activities of partnership. Without going into much details on this, please be informed that there is a call that will open very soon in April, but already is published, and there is an info day on 23rd of April, which will explain and can also help developing new projects. The call is going to be open until September under this partnership, and the next call is already in preparation. All the connection to the partnership with significant funding that is also provided there, because these are important calls. So this is a significant opportunity for the bio-based sector. Please, next slide. And as I mentioned, there are some interesting events currently in preparation. Well, very soon to open. Actually, tomorrow we will have a Bioeconomy Changemaker Festival, a festival that is intended as a discussion platform, including the young generation. So the bioeconomy youth ambassadors are very much in the picture of this festival. and several sessions dedicated to different topics of bioeconomy will provide a forum of discussion with policymakers and stakeholders. So this is an interesting event. I hope you have registered, because I'm not sure that there is still an opportunity to register, but it can be followed also online or in person in Brussels. So we can go to the next slide. And as coming to the end, also the Research Innovation Days is another opportunity to also be engaged and provide input to the discussion on the next bioeconomy needs, and also looking on the future of a bioeconomy strategy, how different priorities need to be recognized, and also to be kept in mind that we are looking now on the next work program of Horizon Europe, so 2025, which is now in preparation. And there will be also an opportunity in April to actually provide also feedback on this draft work program for 2025, and also 2 remaining years of Horizon Europe, because this is still for 26, 27. And also already there is some first discussion about the next steps, what will happen after Horizon Europe. So Framework Program 10 is already being discussed. Of course, this all very much depends on the budget that will be available. So, but in any case, your contributions are very much welcome, and hopefully this will include the topic that is now of a project that's coming to the end. So I think with this, if I'm not mistaken, this was my last slide. Yes. So I look forward to the discussion, and I will try to stay as much as possible in the virtual room. But then I will have to move actually to the preparation to the Changemaker Festival that is now happening in Brussels. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tomas. Thank you. Jamie can't be with us. He does need to go now at 2 o'clock, so his time is really restricted. Otherwise, we would have opened up to questions. So apologies for that if anybody's got questions for him in the audience. But thank you very much for joining us and taking time out of your busy day. Have a good event.
Thank you. I can still answer any questions if there are any questions from the room. I'm happy to.
Okay. I'll maybe time for 1 or 2 questions only, so we can still finish on time. Has anybody got any questions for Thomas? Yes, we have one here from Maria Rosa.
Hello, Thomas. Rosa Mosquera from the University of Santiago de Compostela. I would like to know how bioeconomy is seen from the interventions of the rural development programs perspective. How is it approached right now? Do you have any idea about that?
To be honest, I cannot answer this question more in detail, because this is I know that the colleagues from DG Agri would be more suited to answer this question, because they are dealing more with these operational programs than we are. But what I can say is that we know that bioeconomy now being included in the common agricultural policy makes this connection more practical and feasible, because the bioeconomy principle needs to be considered in the national CAP programs. So this makes more visibility for bioeconomy, which was our objective, to make sure that there is this connection on the ground. However, from the other side, how this is done on the national level, I cannot really answer. But I think it's an important topic. Maybe to say that this discussion, of course, involves also national authorities, of course. So ministries of agriculture, and we, I think we through the projects also should provide some policy feedback to these authorities, so that they are also aware of what, for instance, you have achieved in the project, and what opportunities maybe there on the ground beyond simply food production, because I think this is well known, but here we are looking on other opportunities, and And I think this is a major achievement that we expand opportunities for the farmers, for rural actors, and this should be recognized then at the level of national program as well. So by economy, but also agriculture programs. Thank you.
Thank you. One more question in the room. If anybody has any questions, if not, we'll say thank you and goodbye to Thomas. And then we'll invite our next speaker, who is actually, and I actually just realized I didn't introduce myself. My name is Carolyn Brand, for those of you who don't know me, and I'm part of the Great PI team with Work Package 7. It's a privilege to be here. And now I have the privilege to invite my colleague, Sarah, also from PI, who's going to talk about stakeholders. Thank you.
Hi. Okay, yeah. Hello. So I'm Sara Kiba. I'm part of the Prospects Institute team, and today I will be presenting the opportunities and insights from engaging with stakeholders and citizens. So to see how everything is connected, PI envisioned a very holistic approach to engagement. We did engagement via 3 steps, and that were feeding into each other, as well as other work packages, but focusing mostly on the work done in the demos. So the stakeholder boards were small workshops that connected all of the value chain players, from farmers who provide the raw material to collectors, people taking care of logistics, processors, etc. And the intention was to validate the technology readiness. The second step, the end user focus group workshops, were in-depth discussions which were held to understand the product readiness. And in the end, when everything was further developed, also with the recommendations that were provided during the first 2 steps, we visited local fairs in demo countries to check with the broader public whether we are on the right path of developing products that are able to compete with products already on the market. So I'll now go into more detail on each separate step. So the stakeholder boards were, as mentioned, workshops with a relatively small number of participants. But these participants were very carefully chosen, first mapped, and then chosen to cover all aspects of the value chain. So representing all of the actors. 2 rounds of stakeholder boards were organized with 2 workshops per demo. And each round had specific objectives that were related to technology readiness. So first we presented the GoGrass project to the stakeholders, and together with them identified their needs with regards to design, to functionality of the new technologies and the processes. So, and the second time we looked into obstacles and opportunities in the implementation of replication of the new technologies. So we were trying to understand, while setting up a new viable value chain, where the stakeholders see the most potential and where they see the potential barriers and how to overcome them. So here we have a small visualization of where in the value chain potential bottlenecks, so the little red flags, appeared at the time. So we held these workshops, which is approximately 2 years ago. And we can see that, for instance, the Dutch and the German demos bottlenecks were closely connected to policy, Denmark's with the raw materials, and Sweden's with the market acceptance of the product. So in the following years, a lot of these bottlenecks have been looked at more closely, and measures were taken to overcome some of them. There were some common themes that appeared while having these workshops. So there needs to be good communication with policy, showcasing the benefits of the business models as well as the products. Additional funding is needed to better the processes and the technologies. The byproducts need more attention, and the quality of all the products needs to be assured. Additionally, the products need to be accepted on the market, highlighting the importance of the backstory of the GRAS products, as well as very transparent communication with the end users. Moving on to the second engagement step. So these were again small scale workshops, and we organized one per demo. So the intention behind these workshops was to understand the product readiness. So depending on the demo specific needs, the participants were sometimes other experts and sometimes potential end users. So the objective of these workshops was to understand the perception of the product, so by the experts and by the end users, while identifying potential barriers that need to be solved to move the product closer to the market. So talking about different demo needs, for instance, the Danish demo was collaborating very closely with the local level actors during the project. Therefore, their end user focus group was, for instance, organized in the form of an international event. So a conference to understand the EU level perceptions and discuss with other experts on how this technology could be replicated across Europe. In the German demo, Silvia is similarly focused on interviewing the topic experts to understand the perceptions of grass-based biochar, its value, and its potential to be launched on the market. The Swedish demo focused on the potential end users discussing their ideal product in comparison to the GoGrass product. And the Dutch demo had open discussions which were fostered with the potential end users as well as the middle link, so the actors between the producers and the users of the paper. Finally, sorry. Okay, thank you. So finally, our products were promoted and discussed on a larger scale. A series of fair visits was organized, one per demo, and the fairs were chosen based on the demo-specific interest and the potential target group of their grass-based products. In cooperation with the demo, specific survey questions were developed that would address the last little gaps that the products needed to fill. So we needed to understand the market readiness of the product, how the product should maybe be adapted to reach the expectations of the potential customers, and what information these customers might need to decide to actually buy this grass product instead of the product they're regularly buying. So altogether, feedback from 481 people was gathered during the live surveys carried out at different fairs across Europe, and interesting discussions were held with many more. To conclude this presentation, based on the fair visits and talking to many people, there's a big interest in buying these grass-based products. So people are more and more inclined to using the products that are more environmentally friendly, and they're also interested in how the whole production line works. So where the raw material comes from, of course, favorizing the local production. The consumers want transparent communication, which was mentioned also multiple times during the projects by other experts. They want to understand how these products are better for their health, for the environment, and for the animals, for instance. And they would like to hear testimonials from other users on how these grass products compare to the products already in the market.
especially regarding their quality. So as we heard, quality assurance is an important theme. And they're interested in some guidance on how to use this product. So regarding the price, they would be willing to pay a premium, but would wish for these products to be the same price as the products they're using now, of course, in the future when the technology is developed. And it was also clearly visible that the consumers nowadays are mostly very environmentally conscious and would like to do their part in helping the environment. This was very shortly from our side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. So we're going to continue our forward-looking journey. So we've looked at what the end users, the stakeholders, and the consumers say. And now we're going to actually look then, bring that a little bit back to the project itself, but the white paper, the policy part. And so now I'd like to invite Maria Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. I am here to present the Go Grass white paper that was a joint effort between most of the partners of Go Grass, led by Philippe Grundmann, as you all know. Well, the first draft publication of the white paper was in 2023, but it has been reviewed several times, and now at the end of 2023, we have the final publication that has some conclusions that I will show you, all of you. Well, I cannot see it. Okay, un momentito. I can't see. Okay, I think it's better there. Okay, so the current objectives of the CAP that has been previously shown by Thomas are, oh, I see. Okay, which has been shown previously by Thomas, by the project officer of bioeconomy, are those ones that are, sorry. Okay, that's this one. Okay, that are mainly linked to the. You can split them in the main three pillars of the sustainability that are provided by the Sustainable Development Goals, which are productive, environmental, and social. Besides that, and the linkage is done through the different strategies that the European Commission has prepared before this current CAP was carried out. And surprise, surprise, they are exactly the same 10 elements that were provided by the FAO as part of the agroecology, which, as you know, takes into account not only the land use, but also the social aspect. Well, rural areas in Europe are really relevant, represent 83% of our continent. 80% of those are agriculture, forest, and rural areas, as you can see in the graph, that are facing a lot of challenges, as 20 million of people has high or very high risk of being abandoned, of these hectares of these areas have been abandoned in 2023. 20% are grasslands, 70% are arable lands, and also facing some social problems because 60% of the farmers are above 50 years old and only 11% of the farmers are young. So this means a lot of concerns for the rural areas, which are related with to land degradation, biodiversity losses, food and water security diminishment, less resilient rural areas at the end, towards a market of climate change. What is the solution? So adequate business models like the Go Grass project has done. Okay, I'm not going to present them because they have been already done, but these are the options that Go Grass puts as excellent examples of moving this
new business models to avoid rural development abandonment and more lively rural areas. Well, the different demos has been analyzed from a sustainability perspective. We have found they are economically feasible and viable if initial investments are provided and considering increasing energy prices. Environmental sound, carbon footprint is reduced and increases and maintains the biodiversity in case we use permanent grasslands, and they are socially acceptable and increase the high quality jobs associated with new technologies and increase business opportunities for women and youth, mainly for youth that are more prepared than before for doing this type of business models. But I think that the main aspect that we have to link all of these business models is the CAP, because it represents, and the reason behind is because it represents the 40% of the budget of the European Union, and it is the main driver of agriculture in Europe. And I don't want to be very difficult and complex with this, but this is the two pillars, which is the important thing, Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. Pillar 1 is funded completely by the European Union. Pillar 2 is co-funded with the member states. But if we see the different type of payments, some of them can be linked to grassland land use promotion, and for example, the one associated with the conditionality that you already know, and others can be associated with the business promotion to foster rural development. Like, for example, in the current CMP and for the first time in the CAP, the social conditionality, okay, which is very well associated with the whole set of indicators of the Work Package 1 of our project. With regard to the grassland land use promotion, well, the CAP promotes both temporary and permanent grasslands in both Pillar 1, but also in Pillar 2, associated with natural areas with natural constraints, agri environment, an area with specific disadvantages. But they also promote business models through the knowledge exchange, cooperation in markets, risk management, investment, and the promotion of young farmers, as we saw before. Let's move for the land use promotion that we saw. So what is the current situation is that there is an increase of temporary grasslands in the last decade, and a decrease on permanent grassland there's a mistake there. This is permanent grassland across Europe, because the red means a diminishment of these areas. If I move from some solutions have to be done for that, and one of them is the adequate development of business models like the ones that were promoted by GoGrass. If I move to the other side, which is the business promotion, we can be more focused on how it is promoted through adequate knowledge exchange of new technologies like the one of GoGrass, cooperation, the investment, this initial investment that are needed to foster this GoGrass good examples of bioeconomy, and risk management and young farmers, as I mentioned before. Well, if we consider all of these aspects that are promoted by the CAP, and we have this business environment development that were talked this morning, we can make some linkages to them. For example, for the knowledge exchange, they are linked to the agency and values, technology, knowledge, and training education. So it's a way of CAP promoting the business environment for some areas. Also for the investments, funding adequate rule regulations at national, international, local, and regional level to promote these new business models, and of course the promotion of adequate use of resources and infrastructure. And finally, the cooperation through markets mainly associated with short value chains, which are also linked to agroecology. So as a recommendations, what I did was to organize them a bit, and there are several different aspects that should be promoted to enhance the grass-based business models. From a holistic land use, the first one is support conversion of land into grassland, including marginal lands, and maintain the existing grasslands. If we develop new business models associated with grasslands, this should be much more easier. CAP basic payments to view new bioeconomy and grassland-based products. So the inclusion of some of the products that we produce in the Annex 1 is essential for farmers to get paid for manage their grasslands as they wish. Farm land use integration, in there, the important thing is to increase the permanent grassland farm share to deliver new sustainable grassland-based products. In the case you have an excess of grassland production in a year, you can have alternative uses of this grass. In the other case, if you have a shortage, you cannot, but this could be a good option, and promote opportunities for farm crop, but also for business models, diversification at the farm level. Nowadays, the only CAP, the only strategic plan that promotes some kind of this integration of croplands, grasslands, and different business models is the strategic plan of France. From an environmental point of view, of course, to link sustainable production with the valorization of the ecosystem services associated with the product sustainability indicators, like, for example, carbon footprint, because permanent grasslands increases carbon sequestration, and the share of permanent grasslands as a product raw material to prioritize biomass supply to biorefineries. Supportive policies. We have to promote and favor grassland-based local adapted agri-food system policy coordination at local level. Sometimes there are contradictions between the different policies that are applied in the same piece of land, and we have to try to avoid contradictions and facilitate the regulatory and funding push effect by supporting a small, medium-scale circular business establishment, integrating value chain and carbon farming, business cooperation among all actors within the value chain, as we saw in the CAP, the inclusion of new products in the Annex 1, and the deployment of certain products, like, for example, the biochar that is already mentioned in the EU regulation 2009, 1009, but is not deployed in the national regulation. Advisory services development, that is really very important because it will enhance the cascade learning of these new types of business models, and monitoring systems to identify the impact of policies considering the trade-offs in ecosystem services. One of the main problems of the CAP is that they try to promote greening, sustainability, etc., but they are not able to do that. In the past CAP, only with the whole bureaucracy that meant the greening, only 5% of the farms has changed the way they have of farming, and that's a problem. And from a citizen perspective, to increase consumer awareness of grasslands multifunctionality by massive communication. Because if consumers are aware about how the food and the products they are using is produced, and they are willing to pay more to have a better nature, then the business models will be much easier adopted at farm level. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria Rosa. So we're going to do a quick change around of the speakers. Sorry, we didn't have time to tell the speakers, but because of technical reasons, we're going to do the first, next two speakers are the people in the room, and then we're going to move to the last two speakers online. So Natalia is just setting up. James, one ahead, but I'm inviting you up here, please, and while James is getting ready to come. So we've talked about the future pathway, the opportunities, the growth, and now part of the future and the growth is all about also collaboration, clustering, partnerships, best practices. So now we're going to hear from a few other people, and they're representing different projects, but all around biomass, biorefinery, and grasslands. And I'm going to introduce James first. So James, welcome and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation and congratulations, I think, to all the Go Grass team. The results have been really interesting as an external coming, finding out about the work you're doing. It's really interesting to hear all the great work. So I'm going to talk about future green biorefinery pathways for industry. This is based on our experiences from Ireland. So I think Thomas talked about the EIP Agri initiative, which is promoting this bottom-up approach of researchers collaborating with farmers and industry and policymakers to create solutions that primary producers face. So this is where initially we began with our work in the green biorefinery space. It's an Irish-Dutch collaboration, and we've been working with primary producers from the dairy and pig sectors. So it's been a very practical experience working with farmers on the farms. And I see a lot of similarities, I think, with some of the GoGrass models as well. Even if you weren't EIP Agri, it seems to be very much a multi-actor approach that you've been taking. So in terms of some of the technology pathways, I think we've talked a lot today about the different potential avenues for meeting different market needs. We've had really good examples of animal protein of different types for cows, for pigs, producing different materials like fibers for industry like biochar, integrating this with, for example, energy for all of these processes. We're going to have residual streams, we're going to have nutrient streams, and we need to think about how that can come back into industry in terms of the circular economy. But if we think about the bioeconomy as being the production of food, feed, energy, and materials, I think the potential for food is something that we could look at in future that could add a lot of value to some of the green biorefinery models as well. So our Danish colleagues are doing a lot of work on human food extraction from green biomass. We've been doing some work in Ireland looking at oligosaccharides and other types of bioactive materials. I think in terms of enhancing the economics, that's something that could be looked at in future, because even small volumes of material can make a big difference to the overall economics. So I think that idea of cascading, extracting value, as well as the kind of rural-based business models that we've been looking at will enhance the models in future. I think given that a lot of the models are going to be rurally based in Europe's grasslands, I think balancing between the farm input requirements. So we've seen a lot about how we can extract out proteins, which can come back into the farm, how we can extract energy, which could be used on farm fertilizers, but also allowing this diversification of markets through integration with some of the upstream industries. For example, in the Dutch case, connecting into the paper sector, we need to build those linkages as well. So these are some of the farmers that we worked with in Ireland. So we worked with the Carberry group on the grassland farms, where we were able to demonstrate the biorefinery technology. It was a mobile system, so we moved it around different farms, and we worked with a pig cooperative as well, and some of the pig farmers on testing different products. So they've been really good collaboration partners. So in terms of how potentially we can bring industry on board with the green biorefinery model, I think we've had good success in showing them and demonstrating to them how the green biorefinery can resolve challenges for industry. So in Ireland, we face a lot of challenges around sustainability within agriculture. It accounts for about 35% of our national greenhouse gas emissions. So being able to explain, for example, to the dairy farmers and the cooperatives how we can potentially use the green biorefinery model to resolve some of their challenges. At the same time, working with the pig farmers to demonstrate how we can potentially reduce the level of soybean that they need to import into the country. And in Ireland, we import about 3 million tons of animal feed. So it's a huge challenge. About 200,000 tons of soy comes into the country specifically for the pig sector. So showing them a local value chain through which they could extract this protein for their industry has been really good, and then building these connections. I think collaboration through demonstration is really powerful. So through our project, Biorefinery Gloss, and also through your project in GoGrass, being able to demonstrate the technology on the ground with the stakeholders can bring a lot of value to us as researchers, to them as industry in terms of the transfer of knowledge, but also getting back ideas from industry about the practicalities of our research, what could work, what doesn't work. But also, I think in terms of demonstration, the multiplier effect of being able to demonstrate something in a real world environment, not just for the stakeholders that we're immediately engaging with, but also to new stakeholders who could replicate these ideas going forward is really, really powerful. So in our case, being able to demonstrate technology on the farm didn't just bring in those farmers, but we had those farmers who would then go to their discussion groups and talk about the implementation of the work they've been doing with us. Also, we've had demo days and farm walks and different things like that, that allows people to become more familiar with the technology. So I'm a big believer in seeing is believing. People need to see it if they're going to take these technologies forward. I think we've had really nice experiences of building on the existing industry structures where they exist. So for example, being able to take the protein we produce and work with the existing pig mills in the region who've taken our protein, have made the rations, have linked us to the pig farmers in terms of integrating this within the diet. Being able to produce our products in such a way that they can fit in with the existing infrastructure that's available, whether it's our fibers for cellulose production or our proteins that are going into the existing industries, a bit like where we talk about in the bio-based chemical side, we talk about drop-in chemicals. The more we can produce a product that people know is going to meet what they're used to, that they can expect to get the same product all the time and the same standard of product all the time, I think is really important. Also, not just in terms of infrastructure, existing infrastructure, but also existing ecosystems, so we can access the different ecosystems that are available through, for example, the cooperatives and their networks. I think a big thing as well is being able to find the right policies that can help to get these industries off the ground. As part of GoGrass, we visit Denmark, where we were able to see this really nice example of policy, feasibility studies, and an initial co-investment from the Danish government to get the early movers of these companies off the ground. And this has resulted in a number of examples of companies who've come to the commercial level, as Morten has said, but also policy more general in terms of some of the market end policies and the feedstock support policies that could be required to get this industry off the ground. And then finally, show them the money. So we can start the conversation with the stakeholders by talking about the problems we can address. But at the end of the day, stakeholders are going to want to see that there's a business case behind this, that there's economics behind this. And that's something that we need to be aware of in terms of engaging with industry. But it's also something I'd be really impressed with today from your project, the amount of work you've been doing in looking at the business case behind this, the business models, which I think is really, really important. So finally, just a quote from one of the biorefinery glass farmers that we worked with, who hosted one of our biorefinery demos on their farm, when we talked at the end of the process about engaging with this new technology that was a little bit left field compared to what they were used to. The response from them was that for them, innovating and collaborating is their best chance of surviving. So farmers face a lot of challenges around profitability, around sustainability, around inheritance, new generations taking on the farms. So I think the work we're doing is really important, and we need to continue that to provide solutions and to communicate the results. So that's just some thoughts from me. So thanks very much for the invitation, and congratulations again.
Thank you, James. And James is going to be one of our panel participants as well, so we'll get a chance to ask more questions. But I do like that last quote from that farmer. It's something we should perhaps copy and use with your permission. So, because I think it's very good. So now we're talking about future again. We're talking about partnerships. And I'm going to invite somebody back to the stage who you know as GoGrass, but actually he's putting on a different hat. And the hat is going to be Margin Up. And so Philip Grumman is going to talk to you about a new project and best practices from GoGrass to Margin Up. Thank you, Philip. That's your microphone.
Yes, so as already said by Karin, now I have a different hat now, and to present to you some ideas of Margin Up and how this is connected to the GoGrass. Actually, Margin Up started as a project in December 2022, so it's been going on for 14 months now, and it still has until November 2026 time to develop specific practices that should secure land use and return profitability, particularly on abandoned land and on marginal lands. Oh, which one is the right button? As you may know, in total, the total average 29% of the agricultural area is marginal in the EU. And this has, of course, different reasons and causes for the marginality. But more important is the vision of the EU to actually secure the healthy condition of the land by 2050. This is expressed in this communication, in this vision plan, and to make these areas and lands resilient, which will require very decisive short-term changes, actually, in the way how we use those lands. And Margin Up is planning to make a substantial contribution to this by developing sustainable circular value chains to produce bioproducts and biofuels from the natural raw materials that are grown on these lands. And by doing so, combating soil scarcity and also fulfilling the European policies that were introduced before. Also by reducing climate resilient non-food crops or introducing these crops on marginal lands, on these low productivity lands, Margin Up will increase the farming system resilience, enhance biodiversity. This is a focus also of this call, and promote stakeholder participation, which is one of the lessons learned we take from GoGrass. As you can see here on the right side, the methodological approach in Margin Up is comparable to GoGrass in the sense that it comprises 4 phases. The first phase being the knowledge generation phase. This one will be followed by an implementation phase in several iterations, also with the continuous monitoring with focus on biodiversity monitoring, economic impacts and environmental impacts monitoring. And then in the final phase, leading to best practices, involvement in particularly of stakeholders, making sure that the stakeholders and the actors in this multi-actor project are also in part of the steering group of this developments. So Margin Up is learning from 7 use cases worldwide, I should say. 5 full-scale implementation cases are in Europe, in Germany, Greece, Hungary, Spain, and Sweden, as well as 2 more study cases in Argentina and South Africa. And by this, we intend to increase the replication potential of the project results. So all the cases are highly relevant and fascinating, including, for example, the production of energy carriers and protein feed from turnip rape in humid and cold areas in Sweden, or the establishment of circular mushroom and fertilizer production on desertified land in Hungary. Then we have the production of fiber, wood, bioenergy, and cosmetics on previous mining areas in Greece. And the last case, the production of construction panels from hemp and kenaf in marginal land in Spain. And actually the use case partners from Spain, Dr. Geronimo González Cortés is here with us from Sisitex in case you want to know more about this case. And due to time constraints, I will now mention in more detail a little bit just the use case in Germany, because it is closely related to the demos in GoGrass, as it is about the production of grass or use of grass material from re-wetted fenlands. So the use case in Germany is developed by ATB in collaboration with FMS, Futtermittel GmbH Selbelang. And you already met Dr. Thomas Hoffmann from ATB, who is the technology development partner in the use case, and Mr. Trögelmann, who's the industry partner in this use case. They are also among us, so if you have further questions, take the opportunity. The current state of these marginal lands here is previous wetlands that have been mostly drained for agriculture in the past and are to be re-wetted now as part of the efforts in Germany to meet climate protection and greenhouse gas emissions. To reduce this, and the use case plans to demonstrate how the crops like reed, cattail, and reed canary grass from these re-wetted fenlands can be processed into pellets that could be used for green roofs or for soil remediation or even animal bedding and fuel. At the same time, the use case is expected to contribute to enhancing the conditions for nature restoration and also for wildlife habitats and biodiversity. But there are, of course, also very important co-benefits that we hope to be able to exploit, including high rates of soil carbon sequestration, the increasing water holding capacity, and the retention of nutrients in these areas. So last but not least, I want to say that Margin Up has greatly benefited or is greatly benefiting from the lessons learned and best practices from GoGrass, as it very much emphasizes on issues such as the participation of industry, research, policy, society groups, and it has also very clear focus on end user needs and the circularity of the business models. Another strength, I would say, of Margin Up, of the approach, is its effort in capacity building through training, education, as well as the creation of supportive business environments for more exploitation and replication. So to end, I would like to offer that Margin Up has many possibilities and opportunities for collaboration, be it either in one of the cases or as part of one of the boards and networks steering the project. And the 29 partners from the 8 countries that are involved are happy, I think, and invite you to take advantage of these opportunities and participate in this endeavor. For this, you have the contact information here and also a link if you would like to register, please do so. Thank you.
Whoops, thank you. So Philip will be joining us as one of the panelists. We will cut short the discussion because we're kind of running late. It's been a bit of a snowball effect, but we will do 1 or 2 questions with the panel. And now we're going to move online. We have 2 presenters online, and we're going to start with Paul, and he's going to talk about the future pathways for grasslands management. So thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Would you like me to share my screen, or are you running it from your end?
It's better if you do it so we can see also your face and you speak. It's better.
Share my screen. Great. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Can you see that okay?
Yeah, maybe the full one.
Yeah, could you put it in presenter mode? Because at the moment it's not on full screen, please, Paul.
It's just coming, I think. Right, there you go.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today. Sorry I couldn't be with you. I've been given the subject, somewhat challenging subject of future pathways for grassland management. And I'm here representing the Super G project, which was a Horizon 2020 project running from 2018 to 2024. And our focus was on developing sustainable permanent grassland systems and policies. So as it says, the focus was on permanent grassland, and within that we were looking at a definition of any land with grass or herbaceous cover that is cut or grazed and hasn't been part of an arable rotation for 5 years or more, but also may have trees and shrubs on it as well. So what I'm saying today is very much an overview, partly what's come out of the Super G project, focusing on one particular output, but then some other thoughts which are a reflection of the project as a whole. So in terms of what I want to cover, a large focus of the Super G project was on looking at the various ecosystem services that grasslands deliver. So I'll have a quick look at that. We'll have some thoughts about the importance of multifunctionality and how that multifunctionality in terms of delivery of multiple ecosystem services is delivered. Various influencing factors that may affect future pathways for grassland management ultimately. What does society want? What do policymakers want? And what can farmers actually deliver, and what are they willing to deliver? And then a few points around the future pathways for grassland management to finish. So quickly then, in terms of the different ecosystem services, I mean, there's a whole range of different ecosystem services that grasslands can deliver. The Super G project focused on these 6, so food or biomass production being the principal one, and then we were looking at biodiversity and pollination, climate regulation, water quality, mediation of water flows and erosion control, and then landscape and recreation. So I think the key thing here is that permanent grasslands and grasslands in general are capable of delivering all of these ecosystem services, but if you push too hard on one, then that normally impacts on another. So there are sort of synergies here, but also trade-offs as well. So without going into detail, I'll just focus now on one of the major outputs from the project, which was this paper by René Schills et al., looking at permanent grasslands in Europe. And in this paper, we looked at around about 700 research papers, and we were comparing permanent grasslands with other land uses, and then permanent grasslands itself in terms of its ability to deliver a whole range of ecosystem services depending on how it's managed. So we compared permanent grasslands to temporary grassland, to arable land, and also to forestry. And from that, it was quite clear that permanent grasslands themselves can provide a whole range of unique ecosystem services that the other land uses can't necessarily provide. And in terms of management, we were looking at frequency of grassland renewal, frequency of cutting, amount of nitrogen use, whether legumes are in the sward, and the number of species in the sward, various other management factors. And the overarching conclusion really is that we need to prevent the conversion of permanent grassland to cropland or temporary grassland to secure a provision of multiple ecosystem services. And secondly, intensification of existing permanent grasslands threatens multifunctionality. So it threatens this ability of permanent grasslands to deliver a whole range of ecosystem services. So there's quite specific management that's required to achieve this multifunctionality. But we also need to be aware that if we prioritize the non-feed ecosystem services, so the biodiversity, the pollination, the climate regulation, and so on, that does come at a cost for the provision of animal feed to some degree. But in all this, we recognize, and it's become clear that multifunctional permanent grasslands are increasingly important within agricultural systems, whether that's permanent grassland within landscapes dominated by grassland or permanent grassland within landscapes that are largely arable. the protection of permanent grasslands is needed to prevent further decline. And we really need to think about how we optimize management intensity on the existing permanent grasslands to secure this multifunctionality. So in some instances that may be extensification, in others it might be intensification depending on the context and the carrying capacity of the land, the climate and so on. So moving on then, if we're thinking about sort of unlocking the potential of these grasslands for multifunctionality, and if we're thinking about future pathways for grassland management, it's ultimately about what the land manager can do and what's influencing their decision making. And here's just a little schematic showing all the different influences on farmer decision making. So ultimately, we're looking at all these factors to determine what the future pathways will be. So within this mix, we have the policy context, the financial system context, financial considerations by the farmer, what schemes are available and farmers' willingness to engage in those schemes depending on the amount of support provided. But there's also perceptions and values and social norms and attitudes that need to be considered all along the way, and this will determine ultimately what the future pathways are. Just a few final thoughts in terms of what we think may happen and possibly what needs to happen in the future on grasslands, and the one in some cases the left-hand side sort of complements the right-hand side. So ultimately, we're thinking less reliance on fertilizer, particularly manufactured nitrogen fertilizer, not an abolition, but possibly less reliance, and that's achieved possibly through more legumes in the sward, which is good for production, but also supporting pollinators and other ecosystem services. Less reliance on purchased feed, and a focus on meat and milk from grass and getting the most from grass, depending on what we want to do with it. Possibly in some areas less focus on specialist breeds, so we're thinking about how the breed complements the natural features of the land, and greater focus on hardy, easy care and native breeds. In some contexts, we're looking at not necessarily reducing production, but maybe reducing inputs, but getting better grass utilization. So we're using what's there better through various techniques such as rotational grazing. So various points there for you to look at. Yeah, greater resilience of the whole system, a lower cost base, a lower energy base. Energy will become more and more challenging as a consideration. A policy that recognizes the value of ecosystem services, rewarding farmers for the cultural ecosystem services they provide, and maybe a focus less on exploitation and more on stewardship if we are recognizing the value of the multifunctionality that the grasslands provide. And on the sort of the Go Grass theme, where there's less demand for meat and milk, dairy products, in some of these marginal areas, it may be a choice between sort of bio-based industries or a sort of rewilding approach. It might be an option. So that's it. A quick quote from Daniel Schmachtenberger early this year, which reflects this need for stewardship going forward. That we have this necessity to steward the biosphere going forward as a species. And with that, I'll hand you back.
Thank you very much, Paul. That was very interesting. Now, last but not least, so still looking at the future, but now we're coming in from an industry perspective before we move on to the panel discussion. And we have our last speaker of the day, CEO. I'll let him introduce himself, but I'd like to open up the floor for Stein Beitsch. Thank you. If you could just put it on presentation mode, Stein, that would be wonderful.
Yes, we are trying to put it on presentation mode. in some few seconds. Jeg tror ikke den er, fordi den står der.
Slideshow normally.
Slideshow.
Yeah, there you go.
Så er en tilbage.
And then you
Yeah.
switch. Okay.
I think we are almost on screen now. Is that correct?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for having the opportunity. And sorry for my a little bit difficult name to pronounce, especially in English. But anyway, I'm from Germany, so that's the reason why. First of all, to give you the background before I start the presentation, a little bit background what has changed during this long period of developing this project, which has been taking approximately 4 years since we started. Some very important thing that has changed is that that the Danish government has decided to tax the CO2 emissions from agriculture, from the biological processing, and that is, you can say why on earth are they doing these kind of crazy things in Denmark? But until now, I'm not able to give the precise answer. But it is going to affect. I'm not at this very moment sure if it's going to affect this project positive or negative. But anyway, it will affect it for sure. 100 euros per ton CO2 equivalent emission on the biological processes. The other important thing is that the project you have seen earlier today, Ausumgård, is our project. We are together with Ausumgård developing this project in a joint venture, and we have been working on the offtake side in our company, which is a feed producing company producing approximately 600,000 tons of compound feed a year for mainly horses, cows, and pigs. Another, of course, this tax issue that has been coming up is, of course, putting some completely new questions on the scheme. The first question is how will the CO2 embedding in the grassland, how will that affect? Will that affect our economy, our business case, positive or negative? That's a question mark, which I'm not able to answer at this very moment. The other thing is that
you're not moving the slides if that's what you're.
No, I know. I'm not moving them, but because that's
okay, that's
on
fine.
purpose.
If that's what your intention was. Sorry.
That's on purpose.
Sure.
So you just have to listen very carefully.
That's
and the other important thing to tell you on the background before I start moving the slides is that that we have in Denmark had a capex supply, capex support from the government, which has so far not been very successful because supporting capex in these kind of projects is seen from my perspective not very fruitful. I think it would be much better to make an OPEX support because that will put the focus on producing more products. Because in order to be able to put this product to the market, we need to have products available all the time, so we can start marketing. And the second is that the knowledge we have got about the feed quality after feeding now 2 years in a row some farms fully with this product has the total in totally put us to position that we think that this grass protein is much better than the soya protein. So matching them up 1-to-1 to each other is not fair towards the grass protein. I am convinced that at least 1 to 1.5 it's better with the grass protein compared to the soya protein. And that puts me to the last top point that we have to consider now. The EU has decided to stop the import of soya from the deforestation areas. And that is already starting at the beginning of 25, and at this very moment the political issues are quite unclear. How will that affect the supply chain of soya? So in this respect, I think maybe the grass protein could be able to have a little plus on that side as well. But that is you can say birds on the roof, and no birds are really in this perspective in the hands so far. Going to the next slide, of course, a lot of things that has been mentioned already today is things that you already know. This product, this grass protein, is a very important thing for the future. At the moment, at 2018, where we decided to invest into this project, we were importing 1.8 billion tons of soya from South America to Denmark, and already at that time a lot of people said that it was to a certain importance that we tried to replace a part of this soya import. So that was the reason why we started. You can say nobody at that time knew that the pork industry would be challenged a lot in Denmark. We are, as some of you might know, depending a lot of exports to other countries, and these countries have started their own local production of pork meat. So that means that as being a pork meat exporter today is actually a really bad business. That has ended up by reducing almost 50% of the total population of slaughter pigs in Denmark has been reduced since 2018. So that is of course changing completely the business picture for this product. That does not mean that we will stop. It means that we will put even more focus on this product for the future, in order to be able to produce something which has a lower greenhouse emission than the soya import has. There's no discussion that the imports of soya in our scope 3 in our company are by far the biggest one pointer that we can focus on. So in this perspective, of course, there's a lot of other issues which are important, and we decided already when we started this project to build the product together with a biogas plant, because we had no better options for the offtake than the biogas, and it happened to be a very good decision that we took, because of the lack of green gas in the EU. But nobody knew that at that time. Of course, the green proteins is of a certain importance, but there are a lot of other things which are much more, or at least of the same importance, looking to the political picture we have in Denmark for the time being. In the beginning, I touched the subject of carbon capture and embedding, which is much more important now than it was in 2018, and in the future we foresee that it will continuously be very important for the total business case. The other things is that the collecting the nutrients on these marginal wetlands and peat that we have quite a big part, approximately 75,000 hectares in Denmark are these marginal wetlands, and they are supposed to be taken out of normal agriculture rotations. So that will create a big area which can be used for this product as well. And the third part is the protecting the drinking water areas. There it can be as well a part of the solution. And the last part is the field rotation, which has been in the past, we have been growing a lot of corn and a lot of cereals, and to make a better field rotation on this, grass can as well be playing a significant role. So in the end of the day, I think we will be growing more grass in the future than we did in the past. And how can we then develop and use this product if we are not allowed to have cows, which looks very much like that for the time being. If the politicians are going to decide what they are talking about, then we will have a significant reduction of the cow herd in Denmark. But if we still need a lot of grass, then we have to find out what to use this grass for in the future. The best knowledge we could come up with was to try to develop it into the biogas, but I think that will only be one of the steps. That will be only one stepstone on the way that will lead us to maybe a better business case. In the beginning, it was a good business case to make the biogas, but I think in the future we need to find other and better utilization of the leftovers from the grass protein production. We have, of course, been focused a lot on the human white protein, on the rubisco protein, and we know more or less now how to take it out, and we know as well that we can do it on the reasonable economic with reasonable economic results. But the lack of novel food approval of this product and who is going to take this novel food improvement, it's still unclear to me. But maybe some in the room can give me the last answer later. The other thing is that taking all the CO2 agendas into consideration, we at least in Denmark, I don't know how it is in other countries, but in Denmark we need to rewrite the current agreement with the municipality. We have been having a long contract with the agriculture and the government, but that seems like this contract has run out, and we need to make a new contract. And in this perspective, we need to, as well to find out how we can bring things to the table politically that can be renewing this contract. Of course, the primary purpose on agriculture is still to produce food, but in a fossil negative or neutral world, we will need to catch a lot of CO2 and to bring that into other industrial utilization, and that is putting this perspective completely to another level. And in this perspective as well, I think that grass can be a big part of this future solution in catching the biogene CO2. Another thing is the biosolutions, which is a big agenda, which is growing very fast at this very moment, and the precision of precision fermentation, where you can with fermentation produce specific products out of bio products. That will be as well a thing we will have to be putting much more focus on in the future, and maybe utilize these side products from the agriculture in a better way for the future as well. We of course have a lot of power at the west coast. We have a lot of wind turbines and solar cells, which will produce significant, much more power in some hours of the day where we cannot be able to use it all, and putting this into the hydrogen PTX and putting that together with the biogene CO2, we will be able as well there to make materials for the future that can push out, you can say, the fossil CO2. So in the end of the day, asking if this was a good investment, so to say, no, not yet, but we hope that it will be a good investment for the future. We're still working on it. Yeah, I think that is more or less what I had prepared.
Thank you very much, Steen. And yeah. So Steen is going to stay online because he's going to be part of our online panelists. He unfortunately was impacted by Lufthansa, so he couldn't join us. And we also have Barbara online as well, who couldn't be with us because of, there she is. Hi, Barbara, I've seen you there all day. Thank you for waiting to join us. We are running late, as you've seen, but we are going to do a panel discussion. It will be a quick one, 15 minutes. So for those of you who are in the room that's going to join us, could you come and sit on the chairs? I would suggest you balance yourself with one foot on the floor. I tried it earlier on, and if you sit on it completely, it's a little bit risky. And Karine, I'm going to give you the mic because you will be the first person I pose the question to.
Okay,
There you
okay,
go.
thank you.
So there's one mic, and Karine is going first. And what are we going to be talking about now? Because we've talked a lot. We started this morning off with, how did GoGrass start? We talked about the demos. We talked about the journey that we went through. We talked about the future possibilities. We've learned from other partnerships and projects and best practices. We've looked at the policy. We've heard from industry. And now we're going to talk a little bit more about the future, how the 3 Ps fit together. That's policy, practice, and partnership. Right. So so everybody can see each other there. And I think we were meant to have a slide with everybody introduced on the panel here. So we have people in the room. So I think you know everybody apart from Karina, who's from the European Commission represented. Oh, no,
Not
sorry.
really. No. Come from North Sweden European office, representing more like half of Sweden on the North Arctic part.
Right. And then we also have a farmer with us, and that is Tudor. So he's joining us as well, and the other people you've already met. My first question is posed to Karina, and the question is, what in your vision is needed for revitalizing rural areas through grassland innovation, ecosystem services, and what is needed to realize this vision?
Well, good question. I'd like to say that I'm really happy to be here. And as I represent the Arctic part of the European Union, grass is basically almost the only thing we can grow and know how to grow. And so we have about 15 million hectares of forest, 15 million, only 1.5% farmland, but altogether it's actually 200,000 hectares used, 100,000 hectares unused, ready to use. And why not go for grass? Because that's the only thing that we actually can grow. So in the season for summer season, we have like heat all like 24-hour daylight. So it's an extremely good conditions for growing grass. And also the temperature is perfect for most grass species, 22 degrees about that. So we have a great potential. In regards of policy, in regards of what is used, it's always economy, it's always money. And so it has to be a viable business, and that's so central. And in regards of policy, I'll take up just one thing. Most of our farmers that actually have the farmland, they're also foresters. And forestry is the base for their livelihood, when they want to invest and do something. It's the forest that actually provides the money and the security to innovate and to do things. As of today, EU forest policy is not very good for farmers. So it's hampering the situation and hampering the development of the bioeconomy for these farmers. So that is the major problem today. And so we have to look at the companies as they actually are. They're farmers, they're foresters, and they have to have a viable business. And we did see examples of that here. So it's actually very hopeful.
Thank you for that, and for those very interesting insights. I think it's what we heard earlier on when Philip had his GoGrass hat on, where he said it's a balance between economics and sustainability. I've got a question that I'd now like to pose to industry, to our farmer Tudor, and also to Barbara online as well, because they both work in agriculture in different areas. Emerging trends in rural development. What are the emerging trends posed to shape the future of rural development from your perspective as a farmer, as an organic farmer? Tudor first, and then we'll go over to Barbara.
First of all, my name is Tudor. I'm also a horticulture engineer, a member of RAD. I manage a land of 15 hectares with vegetables. We supply almost all of the supermarkets of Romania. So, like the trends that I see, for us to have resilience and to resist, will be to cooperate with other farmers. And because we have started doing this, we have market access. So what we do, because we produce only a limited amount of crops, so we cooperate with other farmers, other growers. So we buy from them and then we sell to the supermarket. And that way we also cooperate with other growers, but also with the retail, that is very important for us. So as a trend, I see the cooperation between farmers.
Thank you. Thank you, Tudor. That was really good. I'm going to come back to you with another question later on, though, if we've got time. But I'm going to hand over now to Barbara, because I think, Barbara, you're going to provide us your industry perspective. But Barbara, the company you come from, also has been vital to the GoGrass demos, isn't it? So maybe you just want to touch on, why are you here? How are you connected with GoGrass? So that would be just very quick, and then move on to answering the question, please.
Yes, sure. Hello, everyone. It is very nice for me to be here. Thank you for inviting me for the panel. So just in short, I represent ESCI company, and we are the producer of the briquetting machines and also shredders. And yes, as Caroline, you mentioned, the machine has its role, not maybe big role, but it has its role in two GoGrass projects. One is a Swedish project for animal bedding production, and the other project is from the ATB, so for biochar production. I also represent here the producer of solid fuels, because we also produce the straw briquettes that in Poland are used for heating. And also what we do, I represent also Bioenergy Europe, organization that has its seat in Brussels. I am, I would say, working group agrobiomass. So that's in short. But coming back to your question, I think these days the agriculture is, I would say, should be considered from the three perspectives. First is food, because as we know, this is very important factor here. But the second is energy. And I would say that this is increasing component, because these days we can see photovoltaic panels in the fields mounted and also wind farms. Also, it's an important source of agrobiomass that can be used either as a solid fuel, but also as a component for the biogas plants. So the biogas uses the byproducts from the animal feedstock. So I would say from this perspective, the energy thing is also an impact, especially when having in mind the crisis that we have faced. So I would say that agriculture is being our shield to protect us against the shortages in the supply chains disruptions, in meaning that if when we face that, so we can see that we can rely on local agriculture, and this local agriculture can support our markets. So I would say this is my perspective on that subject.
Thank you, Barbara. I'm going to go over to James now. You're from the area of biorefinery. So how can the biorefinery overcome the bottlenecks in the biomass supply chain? And what can you foresee from the grassland management and the future management on the synergies, the efficiency, and how that can actually play a role in the biomass supply chain and value chain growth moving forward?
So in terms of bottlenecks, specifically to feedstock, I think one of the challenges we have is, particularly in the protein model, that it's reliant on fresh grass, and this is available maybe 8 months of the year. And then we have a lot of downtime within the model in terms of not being able to be productive as a business. So I think there's a need to find alternative feedstocks that can be incorporated within the model. So maybe off-season crop residues, or a need to think about how we can develop the technology in such a way that we can maybe process feedstocks towards different products, so that we have a means to produce feedstocks other than proteins at other times of year. In terms of the kind of sustainability question, I think it's a huge challenge for us in Ireland. Like we have a lot of grass. We have about 95% or 90% of our agricultural land is grassland. But we've had a challenge in Ireland around the fact that we produce sort of one type of grass, perennial ryegrass. It's a monoculture. So in terms of biodiversity, it's not a very good solution. So we need to find improved solutions. I think in Morton's presentation, he honed in on clover and the potential for clover to deliver higher yields of protein, higher efficiencies, requires less fertilizer to produce, so it's a more sustainable solution. Some of the work we're doing as well in Ireland is looking at how we manage our sward entirely, so not just incorporating clover, but how we incorporate different grassland species that each can play a role in different aspects of sustainability. So reducing leaching, making better use of minerals in the soil, so targeting our swards a lot more. And then I think going back to Paul's presentation, it's also sort of then thinking how we can manage the supply chain in such a way that we're not over-intensifying our grasslands as well, because that's going to come with challenges as well. So that's again a supply chain issue around how we can target certain plots and maybe think about other activities as well, that we can leave certain plots unharvested at certain times of year as well. So it's a real balancing act, but I think that the research is helping to answer some of those questions.
Thank you. And I think maybe you've seen my next question, because your last comment really led into my next question. It's about how to use the feedstock, so maybe to leave some fields that are, unharvested to allow them to have that biodiversity. And I'd like to start with Philip as the answer of my next question, but I'm actually going to pose it to also Tudor, Steen and Barbara from an industry perspective as well. Philip, earlier on, you mentioned when you talked about GoGrass, the balance of economic development, the sustainability, biodiversity, the feedstocks, and also, the rural development. So You mentioned it, but what would you say you will take forward from GoGrass in Margin Up, or if you were advising companies, industry, farmers of how to achieve that balance? What's the key items you would share with them?
Well, I can.
A big question. You can answer it as small as you can because of time, but.
I mean, I can refer to the presentation given by Paul, where he very clearly showed that we're dealing with a multifunctional system, and putting too much emphasis on one function may in some way also affect the others, right? The thing is that in the economic system we are operating now, it is actually focusing very much just on the monetary return of this system. And what I've heard throughout the project, always from the demo leaders, is that to reach, let's say, a better return and so on, also all these other values that are being ensured and created somehow need to be valorized.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I see that at the policy level, there are some progress is being made, creating mechanisms, for example, on how to valorize carbon sequestration and so on. But I think we must be frank. We know that policy and administration, public administration, normally is not the motor of such kind of innovations. Yeah, they usually lag behind developments in private sector. And that's why my focus in terms of how to create this balance would be more in designing business models for the future, incorporating these values into the business models, which is often not being done in a proper way. Even when you look at frameworks like the business model canvas, you will not explicitly find an element about social of the benefits and the beneficiaries that have benefits from all this. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I mean, these business models of the future, to make them happen, I think you need also the people, the entrepreneurs, to do that, and that would be the focus. Also, a recommendation. Maybe I would like to hear what others think, but in all the cases, we have to see that to implement this, you really need skilled people. And in all the demos, we at some point ran into the situation where we said we are lacking skilled people. In the future, we will lack these entrepreneurs to do that. So yeah.
It's very interesting you said the skilled people, because one of the items that I was looking at as we were getting ready for this is in rural development, one of the challenges is there's not enough skilled workforce to be able to enhance the development, and also maybe the right skills. So it's like, I think, James, you said that the farmer earlier on said innovation technology is how we survive. So you've got some farmers that aren't into the technology and innovation, but we have to somehow educate them to show them the benefits, show them the money. So I'll come to you, Karina. I'm coming around Tudor. As a farmer, what do you think the balance of economic sustainability? How do you see that?
We try to do, especially with Arad, we did organized workshops, which showed invited people from universities, research, farmers, and you showed them our techniques, our practices. So we try to give examples what
The microphone.
what can be done.
Perfect.
To give examples. That's very important. So in our farm we use flower strips, we use cover crops, we use alfalfa as a long period for crop rotation. We have pheromone traps, so we have all kinds of practices. Of course, we need technology too. So this is very important to give examples what can be done. Also, to be economically efficient. So yes, we are on our way to doing this. We'll try our best, and each year it's better and better.
Yeah, thank you, Karina. I am going to come to you to your answer, but first of all, I'd like Steen and Barbara just to answer that initial question. Steen, you put your hand up, so if you go first, the balance between economic development, sustainability, and maybe mention something about the skill set as well, if you have something on that.
I think where we are now, we have learned almost the same thing. I think my interpretation from this day is that we know everything about what to do, what we can, how we have started. We have made almost the same conclusions. But putting this product into the market, we need to have a industrial scale up. We cannot offer this product to the supermarket chain saying this is a local produced product, because we have nothing to offer. So in order to start to offer this to the market, we need to have an industrial scale up. And to start this industrial scale up, we need to cover the delta between the soya and the grass, because the grass is, in the beginning, of course, it's much more expensive than soya, and until you have the industrial scale up, then you will get the price down, and then you can compete into the market. So I think what should be done now is that's the government, or if it's EU or if it's local governments or a combination of these two, has to cover the delta. If they really want to go down this path, then this is the only way. Otherwise, we can talk forever about how we could do what we could do. But if this is not going to be a business case with the payoff, then the product will never come to the market, and the market will never know about the product. So, and I am not going to marketing this in our value chain before I'm sure that I can supply, because otherwise, my clients will say, hey, you promised me this and this, and you cannot supply, so forget all about it. So the next step is to cover this delta. I think that's the only way we can start this up to an industrial scale up.
Thank you, Steen. Barbara, your view on this, balancing economic development and sustainability?
Yes, thank you for this question. I would say I would like to approach from three things. First is the technology. And the technology, in my view, especially when it's dedicated for the agriculture, the more simple and more understandable, the better, because it comes also with the time of the implementation. Of course, there could be more sophisticated and more demanding technologies, but if we are talking about the current solution that could be deployed these days and quickly, so I think that the technologies that are simple, especially in the scope of the lack of workforce and not very much skilled workforce that is available at the countryside. So I think this could be an important thing here. The second thing, what it was mentioned here, and it first, I think it mentioned in the morning, that is the products should be locally available, and this is also what someone said here before. So the local availability is also very important, and from my point of view, it is very important that we use the surpluses of the raw materials that are available on the market, or the raw materials that are not utilized these days. And this is what I really find very interesting in this GoGas project, that they focus on the unused potential and unblocks this potential. So this is what is my opinion.
Thank you. And Karina, thank you for being patient. I know I'm eager to hear what you wanted to add to this.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the people resource. The dilemma as of Sweden is that the farm schools are actually filled with people. There's so many people that want to apply to and go on the farm schools that don't even have room for everybody. And then we have all this land that is actually not used. And it's EU money to pay for it, to keep it open. So it's open and ready. It may need a little bit of drainage. for the new machines and the bigger machines of today, but the land is there, and we have the young people, and so there's a dilemma. So how do we make these people farm that land? And that's the interesting question.
So what's missing to connect the skill set and the farmers with the land that's there? Surely somebody's asked the question, right? Is it policy or is it, what is it?
To me, I don't know how to do it. Of course, a young person who's maybe 20 years old or something doesn't have the money to buy a farm.
Right.
So that is one thing, but then also the farming business has to be something you can trust. And if you're going to buy a farm, you need to know that you have an offset of your operations, the crop, maybe a 10-year contract, who knows what you need to do.
Right.
But you need long-term security to be brave enough to take the step. So that is maybe one thing. Another thing is that the actual farmers of today, they are very skilled. I live on a farm in Sweden, and one in Sweden is tremendously skilled people. So and to explore with new projects, to buy an industry or build a local industry, to make bedding or try a new crop and so on. I think they're absolutely willing to do it if they feel they have some type of economic backbone to dare to do the investment.
Right, so it's about the investment and security and show them the money, like Paul said, and everything. I'm going to come to Maria Rosa in a minute because I've got a question I would like to ask you. But James, you wanted to add something on to what Karina just mentioned?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think the work that goes on in these types of projects, what the ideal scenario would be is that some of the language, some of the business models, some of the technology advice gets integrated with the farm advisory services at the national and local levels, private, public advisory services. I think the language isn't there, the ideas aren't there yet, and I think we need to have a clearer link between what's happening on the research side and linking that down to the farmer through the advisor.
And again, have you seen my questions? Because that leads me on to, but I'll come back to you, Philip. Did you want to say something on that?
I just want to very briefly just reply to this question, skilled labor, farmers, and so on. I agree, there are skilled people in farming, but very often for these solutions, we need people that have knowledge beyond farming, because it's going very much into biotechnological issues and mechanical issues. At least in Germany, many farmers said, we're not going to go into that. There needs to be someone taking over that part.
Which actually supports what James just said, is make it to Maria Morosa, thank you. Make it understandable, exchange of knowledge, and maybe have a structure around the farmers, because they're CEOs, right? That's what they are. They do everything. But a CEO is not also the CFO. So they need a structure around them to help them understand that. So Maria Rosa, if I asked you to name one policy requirement that could address, that you think is the most important to start the right growth in rural development and what we've seen today, what would it be? One policy that you had a wish today and it would happen today, what would that be?
Okay, I just want to answer the previous question, if I can, if I may, and I will answer the question afterwards. For me, the approach should be more holistic. Economy, of course, is really relevant, is really important, but the economy of the farmer is driven by the consumer, and we forget the consumer sometimes. And I think they should know how the products are grown. Then, because they like environment, they like ecology, they like these kind of things mostly, and they are aware about the environment, but they don't know what is the pathway between the sustainable production and what is reached at the end. This is one of the things. And the second question you mentioned was the second part of my answer.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to say that I have that wish already done.
which is for me the concept of that was launched by the EAP Agri, which is the operational group, where a farmer, together with a researcher, together with an industry person, together with an advisor, meet together just to develop an idea. They call it innovation, and put it in real place in real life. So this could be, if you do a lot of these, then you have a very spread the word about what you want to reach. So the participation of the advisory is essential because they need to be skilled. That is pretty clear. They are used to have production linked to the green revolution with a lot of fertilizer. The glyphosate is now currently has a strong problem because they want still to use glyphosate, but on the other hand, it's harmful for us. So they are not skilled enough in sustainability and growing things in a proper way. So meeting with a researcher, with an advisor, with an industry, and so I think this thing could be great. And joining all of them as part of the Living Labs is just a holistic global approach that we have to pursue. But the main thing is, or what I see is that all of these ideas, which are great, all the commission ideas, all the communications they do, all the ideas they have, the strategies, they are perfect from an environmental point of view, and we are moving forward. But the problem is that real life, the CAP, which is what pays to the farmer to perform agriculture in a certain way, is really beyond of that. For example, even if agroecology is in the middle of everything with the value chain, the food system, and the farm, only France is able to say mix grassland with animals and with arable crops, something that all researchers know that it will work. But people, even the policymakers, don't know that it has to be pushed. So it's complicated, but yes, we are too big.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to pose one question now because we do have networking drinks plus a bus for some of us to catch to go off to Netherlands or a car to drive. So unfortunately, we didn't get to ask any questions to the audience or online or do a lot of the questions, but just one question. But I think just to round up what you were saying there, Maria Rosa, what you're saying is this has already started. But it obviously needs to have proof that it works. It needs to grow. It needs to replicate. It needs to be exploited. And maybe going back to your earlier one, maybe there's some influencers and actors missing in there. You mentioned consumers, which is what we spoke to in like 481 consumers. And we were surprised. Very few said they wouldn't pay a premium for the product if they really knew it wasn't greenwashed and there was a benefit to sustainability and it was the product they wanted. So we shouldn't assume consumers won't also do their part when they buy the product. So that's really important then. My last question, and I want one answer, one word or maximum 2-word answer from all the panelists is, one final question. In your view, how do we continue, going back to what Philip said before, the game is the game after the game, something like that this morning, right? This is just one game. What's the game after? In your word, what is the name of the game that we need to do to move forward in rural development, in economic development, in policy and everything? One word, you had a wish, 1 or 2 words, what would it be moving forward? You're starting. It was your, I'm calling you your
strategic partnership and participation.
Strategic partnership and participation. That's the name of the game. James?
Collaboration.
Collaboration. Continue.
Financial funding.
Financial funding.
I'm Spanish, I have 2. Biodiversity and multi-actor.
Thank you. Karina?
Ask the farmers what they need to develop.
So be curious, ask farmers. And last but not least, because I think Stina's left us, Barbara, what's your words?
I agree with James, collaboration, and I would like to add between administration, science, farmers, and business.
So there, to run that up with collaboration, transparency, traceability, working together, I think what we've just said. So thank you to our panelists. Big round of applause for them.